Hart County, Kentucky, pursuant to KRS 278, 700, and 807 KAR 5110. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and by virtue of that, and chairman of the Kentucky State Board on Electric Generation and Transmission Siting, and will be presiding over the hearing today. Joining me is Commissioner Mary Pat Regan and the other siting board members participating virtually. The other siting board members in this case are John Lyons, Deputy Secretary of the Energy and Environment Cabinet, serving as proxy for Secretary Rebecca Goodman, Sidney Montgomery serving as proxy for Jeff Knoll, Secretary of the Economic Development Cabinet, Luther Avery, Chairman of the Hart County Planning and Zoning Commission, and then Robert Sims, second ad hoc appointee. Before we get started in earnest, I'd ask that attendees in the room please set your cell phones to silent or turn them off. Since we're also having a portion of this hearing occur virtually, I'd ask the following. Please mute your microphones and turn off your video when you're not speaking. If you use phone for the audio and a computer for the video, please turn off the computer audio. If you're in a room with others, please make sure that only one computer has its audio going. And then finally, please alert the siting board staff or the siting board if at any time the technology goes out on you and participate or prevents you from being able to participate in the hearing. The purpose of the hearing today is to receive evidence, take evidence on this case. At this time, we'll take an entry of appearance at council. So for the applicant.
Yes, good morning. Summer Shealy with the law firm of Bricker and Eckler on behalf of the applicant Thoroughbred Solar, LLC.
Thank you. And for commission staff.
Heather Temple and Justin Young for commission staff.
Thank you. All right. Reviewed the case this morning and noticed that public notice was given on February the 23rd in the Hart County News Herald. It's my understanding, counsel, that you've got one outstanding motion. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. That was filed just yesterday relative to an unexpected change in witness.
Okay.
And we have a motion for deviation pending as well.
Right. Right. And we'll take up the motion deviation later in the case, but just for the purpose of today, and we'll issue an order out soon, but we'll go ahead and permit the substitution for the purpose of the hearing today. And is that witness available remotely? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Okay. Thank you.
And is that Cameron Coleman?
Yes, it is.
All right. Just because we're doing part in-person, part virtual, do you mind to just run down the list of witnesses that you'll have so that we know everybody is available in here?
Yes.
Okay.
To my left here is Patrick Walsh. He is with Leeward Renewable Energy. And then we have Lynn Griesock to my right. And then in anticipated order, although we're willing to be flexible if it makes more sense during the course of the hearing, we have here Isaac Old in person. Raise your hand, Isaac. Remotely, we have Andrew Lyons. We have Matt Hildreth. Then we have Mohammed Al-Rawimi. And next would be Lee Zor. And then finally Cameron Coleman.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to ask.
Mr. Edelman, Kevin Edelman as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Before we begin taking evidence, we will open it up for public comments. Anyone that would like to provide public comments before this case is submitted can do so by going to our website. There's a form you can fill out. Our website is psc.ky.gov. Written comments can always be submitted either through the website, by mail, or by email. If you send them by email, the email address to send them to is psc.comment@ky.gov. The public notice today accurately portrayed the website for the PSC in order for folks to go to our website and sign up to provide comments remotely today. One individual did indicate their interest in providing those comments remotely. And notice that I think there are a couple individuals here in person. So we'll start with the person on the phone. Before we do that, I'll just note for everybody's benefit, before we take the comments, that, again, we're going to have a fairly long time limit this morning. We have an appreciation that any of these cases, that they're going to be strong opinions. I'd ask that you're respectful of the time limit. And also remind folks that we're here to listen. We can't respond or answer questions or interact in any way. This is just an opportunity for members of the community in which this project is proposed to be built to state their interests, concerns, positions, and then provide us comments for our consideration. During those comments, if you ask questions, we will not be able to answer them. I can't reiterate that enough. We're the fact finder and the decision maker in this case, the 7 members of the siting board, and as such, we're unable to comment, even to process, and particularly the substance of the pending application. Regardless, if you ask questions during this case, those may help us or be of assistance to the siting board in adjudicating the matter. So given the interest, there are only 3 individuals identified that would like to provide public comments. We will limit our public comments to 10 minutes apiece. I will let you know, just either folks in the room, I'll raise my pen, or let you know on the phone verbally that you have 1 minute left. So it looks like there's Burba Isaacs.
Yes, good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
This is Burba. Yes, I can hear you.
Great. So
Am I coming through clearly?
you are. Just ask that you let us know your name and your address, and then whenever you start providing your comments, I will start a timer.
Okay, thank you. This is Harry Isaacs, my husband, and myself, Burba Isaacs. We are at 1655 Lone Oak Road in Munterville, Kentucky. We were not able to attend the public hearing held in Munterville a few weeks ago, and we would like to just express our thoughts and support as participating landowners relating to the Leeward renewable energy and solar development in our area. We were first approached about solar energy several years ago by needs, and we became very interested in this type of renewable energy that solar provides. We read about, did research on solar energy, and concluded this was a viable source of natural energy that would be a complement and supplement to other energy sources in meeting the energy needs of the future, not only in Hart County, but also in our state and country. We began working with Leeward Renewable Energy approximately 5 years ago, and during that time, we have found Leeward to be a totally professional organization and positive about everything they do. Leeward did the research needed to select the best location for the project before they moved forward. Patrick Walsh manages the project for Leeward, and we have found Patrick to be detailed in his work and to follow up and follow through whenever the task requires. Patrick is knowledgeable, creditable, accessible, and an asset to the success of the Thoroughbred Solar project. He has his feet on the ground and is more than willing to do the work. Leeward Energy has shown great interest in supporting and being a part of the Hart County community. In every aspect of the project, they have experienced and professional contractors who do the necessary research and studies relating to the ecology and the environment of our area and move forward in a timely manner. Leeward has clearly communicated their plans and goals. Many people have asked us if they plan on additional projects in our area as they see the economic advantage solar energy can provide. Our county will receive greater tax revenue along with community support and added job opportunities as the project develops. Two of the more positive aspects of the solar project are their contributions to both agriculture and the community. Harry and I, have been a part of the Conservation Reserve Program that worked to protect our precious groundwater resource and the Green River watershed. We in Hart County are betting on a vast underground system of water. This project will continue the protection of this precious resource. No chemicals or fertilizers will be used to seep into the ground on this project. Thus, it continues what was started with the CREP program, the Conservation Reserve Program, by the Department of Agriculture. Leeward has even adjusted some of their locations because of their concern for this resource. The second area has been Leeward's support of our community. They have supported our youth through 4-H and other educational areas, the Hart County Fair Board, and sponsorships of projects relating to that, the Historical Society, again, the agricultural community through the Cattlemen's Association and other areas. When the tornado disaster hit last December, Leeward contributed greatly to the Tornado Relief Fund. We personally look forward to using the additional revenues to add to the Hart County Scholarship Fund. Others will hopefully find other worthy ways to use these additional funds. Leeward has continued to be involved and to educate our community about the positive impact of renewable solar energy. We support Leeward renewable energy and solar energy and look forward to it being a vital part of the economy of Hart County. Thank you for your time. We've completed our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Isaacs. All right. The next individual that signed up to provide in-person comments is Mick Lawler. Come on up to the microphone here. Yep, and just state your name and address, and then whenever you start your comments, I'll start the timer for 10 minutes.
My name is Mick Lawler. I reside at 295 Johns Lane, and I'm a farmer. Last 46 years I've been an auctioneer and a real estate broker, and that's about it.
Okay. Go ahead, provide your comments if you'd like.
Well, of course, I spoke before y'all the other night in Bunkersville. I'm still on the same issues that I was then, and I don't know if y'all want me to rehash all that or what.
You tell us whatever you want us to hear.
Okay. I'm still concerned about our rivers and our waterways and our cave system in Hart County. And right here where they're wanting to put these solar farms, we're in a highly karst area. And just like Miss Isaac said there earlier, they've been in the CREP program. I always thought the CREP program was to protect our waterways, our streams, and now they're fixing to tear all that down and come in here and disrupt the land. And I think we're headed for trouble down the road. I was raised on a 456 acre farm there in Hart County, and right in the bend of Green River. We had several miles of river frontage on the river there because it laid kind of in a horseshoe bend. And I've seen sinkholes. I've dealt with sinkholes all my life. I'm 78 years old, and I've dealt with them all my life. I've owned a lot of land in Hart County. I've had the land right there close to, right in behind the register there where the part of this is going. On 314 acres right there on Green River. Then I had a 15 acre tract right on Green River, right below where we're talking about. And I still own 197 acres right there in the area where this solar's going. And I fill up sinkholes every year, and you know, existing ones get bigger, and there's new ones come every year. And I think we're asking for trouble with our river, and I've seen it happen before, like back in the late 50s when they hit the oil field up in Greene County or adjoining county, and they got oil and chemicals in the river and killed everything in it. And our river has never really came back from that. We still used to be full of crawfish. Crawfish is something we do not have in the river this day and time. But and they talk on the Nature Conservancy website. You know, Green River is one of the most biodiverse rivers in the country. It's home to more than 150 fish species, more than 70 mussel species, and 42 endemic species existing nowhere else in the world. Aquatic species include 9 endangered mussel species, 1 endangered fish, and 1 endangered freshwater shrimp. Since 1999, the Nature Conservancy has worked with landowners, farmers, nonprofit organizations, and government agencies to improve wildlife habitat, water quality, and recreation opportunities for people who live, work, and play in Green River watershed. The watershed consists of 9,230 square miles located in central Kentucky. And this water gives life to more species of plants and animals than any other river and any other opens into the Ohio tributary. This 135-mile stretch flows from the Green River Reservoir down through Mammoth Cave National Park, harbors one of the most diverse species of fish, freshwater mussels in the United States. And Miss Isaac was right about Lee Ward taking part in the community. They've been down there this past year and spent, I'd say, somewhere around $100,000 for donations. That's what they call it, or gifts. And it looks to me like they're trying to buy their way is the way I see it. And are they gonna be down there next year? If this gets permitted or not permitted, they gonna be there next year, the year after, the year after, for these donations and everything? I don't think so. And here's a pamphlet that Hart County Historical Society puts out. And they say themselves, where else can you pet a kangaroo walking trail through the longest cave system in the world and kayak along a beautiful river all in one day? And it's what it's going to do to our property values of land and anywhere in that valley that's close to this property. And I just can't see it happen. It's not if we're going to pollute our streams and our cave system, it's just when are we going to do it? Like, I pulled this off of Fox News, November 15th and 22. Solar farms in Alabama, Idaho, Illinois ordered to pay a total of $1.3 million for environmental violations. Here's another one come off of Fox News. January the 19th, 2023, Virginia residents reject massive solar farm plan for third time over environmental concerns. And they don't want to. They've denied that for 3 years in a row. I don't know what's going to come of this. I don't know if y'all, and I hope and ask that y'all would deny this permit. That's all I've got to say. I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Paul Hawkins. Just start off with your name and address, and then when you start providing your comments, I'll start the clock.
My name is Paul Hawkins. I live at 7925 Cub Run Highway near Munfordville, Kentucky. I have served the membership of Farmers Rural Electric Cooperative since September of 1992 as a director, and I presently serve as board chairman of our rural cooperative. I have worked in unison with the board and the CEO to improve the reliability of the electric system while being physically responsible with the members' money. I also served on the board of directors of East Kentucky Power for 10 years and served as their board chairman 5 years. I was the chairman of East Kentucky Power whenever this commission approved the cooperative solar farm that is adjacent to the property of East Kentucky's headquarters. I've spent countless hours developing good board governance skills and have participated at the national level to keep apprised of issues affecting rural utilities. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today about the concerns I have regarding the installation of a solar farm by Leeward Energy in Hart County. During my allotted time today, I would like to bring to your attention some key facts about the area proposed for this siting. The proposed solar installation site is in a highly karst area of Hart County. Numerous sinkholes are within the proposed boundary of the project, and sinkholes continue to arise in this area on an annual basis. The American Cave Museum, the Hidden River Cave, Mammoth Onyx Cave, Mammoth Cave, Crystal Onyx Cave, and others are in the geographic region of this proposed siting. These caves are a valued resource of our area and should be protected rather than exploited. Another nearby natural resource is Green River, which according to an article published in 2021 by the Nature Conservancy, that article states that the river is one of the most diverse assemblages of fish and freshwater mussels in the United States. It is fed by 9,230 square miles of watershed, and in 2007, the United States Department of Agriculture and the state of Kentucky agreed to implement a conservation reserve enhancement program to restore up to 99,500 acres in south central Kentucky's Green River watershed. It was stated that revitalizing this area will protect Mammoth Cave National Park and the ecologically rich Green River. The Kentucky CREP will ensure the long-term protection of water quality and habitat for a wide array of wildlife, including threatened and endangered species. The goal was to reduce the amount of sediment, pesticides, and nutrients entering the Green River and Mammoth Cave system. Over $250 million, let me say it again, over $250 million has been spent by federal and state government to implement this program. Many acres of this solar project siting has received CREP funds to protect the river. After 15 years and measured improvement to the water quality of Green River, this land, if approved for this project, will be excavated and all vegetative cover will be removed. This watershed disruption will create a chain reaction that not only will be seen locally, but also creates a waste of federal and state tax dollars. Clearly, water runoff and water contamination are paramount issues that plague solar installations across our nation, resulting in application denials. Why should this be treated differently? As you make your final review about this application and consider what is at risk, it should be clear that to approve this siting could jeopardize the karst and cave system of Hart County, plus create damage to the ecology of Green River. For the record, I'm not against solar. You might think I am, but surely there is an alternative site that will not have the negative impact on the community that this will. This siting is not suited for such a risk that it will impose. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that didn't previously sign up that would like to provide public comments this morning? Okay. All right, thank you all. It's 9:30, we'll go for at least a full another hour before we take our first break. Council, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, thank you. We would like to call Patrick Walsh, please.
Getting a smooth start.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Patrick Walsh, and my business address is 6688 North Central Expressway, Suite 500, Dallas, Texas, 75206.
Council, you may ask.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Walsh. Could you please state your employer?
My employer is Leeward Renewable Energy.
What is your title?
I am a senior development associate.
And what has been your involvement with the Thoroughbred Solar project?
Sure, I was initially brought on to the Thoroughbred Solar project as a supporting development role, and in the recent months I've been elevated to a lead developer role with the project.
Okay. Did you have involvement with reviewing the application and the responses to the data requests that Thoroughbred has prepared and submitted in this matter?
I did, yes.
Okay. I would tender the witness.
Council?
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, I apologize. I have a little bit of a head cold, so if you can't hear me, just let me know. And also, if any of the questions I asked would be better for someone else, if you would just let me know that as well, and I can save them for someone else. First, I would like to talk about the project layout that was provided in Exhibit 12, Attachment A.
Okay.
There have been no updates to that site plan throughout the discovery responses. Is that still the final site plan for this project?
So the site plan over the course of the development process does evolve based on investigative studies that are performed. And in conjunction with consultants and contractors, we will finalize that site development plan. And so there is potential for it to change, subject to further due diligence.
Okay, but as of right now, today, that is the most recent site plan that is out there?
That's correct,
Okay,
yep.
thank you. Excuse me. It's listed in various places in the application that it is a 530-acre project site. Could you say what the total fenced acreage of the project will be?
Sure. So the 530 acres is the total fenced area.
So is the project site bigger than the 530 acres?
Sure, we are leasing a subsection, a portion of property that adds up to a larger number than 530, and it is 625 acres. So if you were to add up the legal pins of the parcels, it is larger than 530, but we're leasing a portion of that 625 acres.
And dependent on the outcome of this proceeding, what is your all's planned start date?
Could you clarify what you mean by start?
Beginning of construction.
Right, so we are anticipating beginning construction in Q1 of 2025.
And about how long will construction last once you all begin that?
A facility of this size is estimated to take anywhere from 6 to 12 months for construction.
Do you have a way to kind of narrow down that estimate a little bit?
I would defer a more detailed response to Cameron Coleman, who is our project execution or construction expert witness.
Okay, thank you. And then I now want to talk about some of the landscaping plan.
Okay.
I don't know if you are the best witness for this or not, but in Exhibit 12, Attachment I is where the landscape plan was located. And it was stated that the planting modules are not intended to provide complete screening of the project. Rather, they are intended to provide intermittent screening and soften the view. Could you please elaborate on this and explain kind of what that means?
Certainly. So landscape screening is not intended to fully obstruct the view of the facility, but is rather meant to aid in the blending of the overall view shed. So it would be it is the position of the project that the proposed landscape buffer or landscape screening rather will provide a blending of the view shed as opposed to a full obstruction.
And I know that there have been a lot of comments into the record and at the public meetings where some of the neighboring property owners do have objections about the project. But does the landscaping in those areas where those property owners are, does it fully shield them at least?
Most of the property owners that are adjacent will receive the higher level of density, you could say, vegetation screening module.
And even with that full screening or full density, as you called it, will they be able to, I guess, see the project? If they look out, what are they going to see?
Sure, it depends on the viewpoint certainly, but the intention is that the landscape screening in front of adjacent property owners is of a higher density, thereby further blocking the view of the project. And I should also state that Leeward is also open to increasing that module density where it is appropriate.
And that was actually kind of my next question. Have you all had conversations with some of these landowners that do object, that are nearby, and have they given any opinions on the landscaping plan so far?
There has been a conversation with an adjacent landowner that lives on L&N Turnpike,
Okay.
and we are working with them to increase the landscape screening across the at the property border across from their residence. Yes.
Okay. And do you know what species of plantings will be used?
At this time, we haven't selected a species. We would work with appropriate local consultants to identify ecologically reasonable species list. And that question could also be deferred to Lynn Griesach, who's our lead environmental consultant.
Okay. And then, I don't know if you know or if this would be for Mr. Coleman, when are you all proposing to do this landscaping? Is it going to be kind of at the very end when everything is completed, or will it kind of be going along with the site development?
Yeah, I would defer that question to Mr. Coleman.
Okay. And when I was reviewing the record, I could not find anything about the Phase 1 environmental assessment. I know there has been several conversations with Fish and Wildlife, but could you all provide that Phase 1 environmental assessment?
Sure, I would also defer that to Lynn Griesach as
Okay.
the lead environmental consultant.
I have quite a bit of questions about the stormwater and runoff. Do you believe those are better for you or Mr. Coleman or anyone
Sure.
else?
I can make general comments
Okay.
about it. However, we do have a stormwater expert present with us, and his name is Matthew Hildreth. He
Okay.
will also be taking the stand as well.
I can go ahead and defer those then, because I think that would probably be better for him.
Okay.
And I know that you all do have the geotech expert here as well to talk about the karst issues within the site.
That's correct.
Do you think those questions would be better for him?
Yes, we have a local karst expert as well as a representative from LRE who can speak to geotech work as well.
And then I do have a question about the CREP program that was spoken about. It was stated in some of the responses to requests for information that that program has been discontinued. Do you know if that is still correct?
It is my understanding that the program is no longer funded and is therefore discontinued. It also expired and is no longer active as of January 1st of this year on the property that we're proposing development.
And do you know, is that because could you, I guess, explain a little bit about this plan or this program, and was it expired because the landowners pulled out of it, or was it just expiring naturally through lack of funding, or kind of what happened?
Sure, so it expired naturally. The length of the agreement was for 15 years and expired at the end of 2022, and there was not an option to renew it as the
Okay.
program was discontinued.
And what, do you know, like, what did that program entail, and how did it protect the property?
So generally what it does is compensate landowners to maintain ground cover that is natural to the area, and in doing so it avoids the negative environmental impacts of farming activity. So I believe, as was stated in the public comment as well, the intention was to revitalize the natural ecosystem and groundwater systems in that area.
And then I do have some questions about the setbacks for the project. In the motion for deviation, it listed 3 residential neighborhoods that are within the 2,000 feet of the project area, and that mostly neighborhood 1 is the closest, and that the closest solar panel would be 311 feet. Has any of that changed since the filing of the application or the motion for deviation?
The nearest solar panel in the application is actually 279 feet from the nearest residence.
I think
That may
might
not apply to the residential neighborhood.
That's what I was
Yeah.
talking about, yes.
So, okay. That has not changed. So our setbacks have not changed between filing of the application and this morning.
Okay, and for those neighborhoods, the 3 neighborhoods, have you all spoken with any of those residents about the project?
Leeward Energy and our public affairs consultant did conduct a door knocking campaign of adjacent landowners. So I would say that yes, some of those property owners have been at least approached. I couldn't speak to whether or not a full conversation was had.
And is that person here today? That would be able to talk about those?
That person is not here today.
Okay. I guess then, as a post-hearing data request, could you provide the information about whether or not the people in the residential neighborhood have been contacted about the project?
We could, yes.
Thank you. And then, I know you said 279 feet is the nearest solar panel for homes not in these 3 neighborhoods. Do you know the distance for the closest central inverter in the substation to any residence?
Yes, the nearest for the inverter is 520 feet,
Okay.
and the substation is 714 feet.
And do you know if that is from a participating residence or a non-participating residence?
Those would be from non-participating residents.
And for any of the participating residents, are they closer? Are there any panels or inverters closer?
Those would be the closest.
Those would be
Those are the
closest.
minimum setbacks, you could say.
I know we kind of just touched on the community outreach, but could you kind of give an overview about what kind of public involvement there has been within Hart County related to the project?
Certainly. So when this project was launched, another developer was leading it, and the strategy that was taken was primarily to identify areas that were areas to support the community that were representative of the community. So one of those areas was agriculture, the agricultural heritage of the area, and in supporting of that agricultural heritage, we took to forging relationships with the Hart County Cattlemen's Association, as well as the Hart County Fair Board, and the Hart County 4-H, to give some examples. We also forged and developed relationships with representative organizations that represented the cultural and historical resources of the area. So that would be, for example, the Hart County Historical Society, as well as the American Cave Museum, are both organizations that we've forged relationships with. And then on a third side is the kind of economic development side of things. And so we forged and developed a relationship and maintained membership with the Hart County Chamber of Commerce, just to provide an example. On top of community organization outreach, as I mentioned, we did conduct a door knocking campaign of all adjacent property owners to provide information, contact information, where outreach can be made to have questions answered or receive educational information. Thoroughbred Solar did hold a public information meeting in April of last year, where community residents were able to attend. There were poster boards with informative information about the project. Various members of the development team at the time were present to address questions, provide information, and receive feedback. We also launched and maintain a Facebook page where members of the community can engage directly with members of the development team to provide information, comments. There is also some more lighthearted engagement like photo contests and things like that. So we have made significant strides in attempting to enmesh ourselves in the community and truly be a corporate partner with the community.
And I guess it's fair to say that some of the support is mixed for the project. Could you talk about any of the conversations that Thoroughbred Solar or Leeward has had with the people who oppose the project?
Certainly. So I can think of two direct examples where I was a direct participant in those conversations. One of those conversations was with Mr. Lawler, where we met him on the property that he owns that is adjacent to the facility, in order to discuss and understand in a more detailed manner concerns that were brought up, and as well as understand how we might be able to address those concerns. Increased vegetation screening and increased setbacks were topics of discussion. In fact, the site plan that you see before you today has an increased setback from the substation from Mr. Lawler's cabin on that property, and that was a result of that conversation that we had with Mr. Lawler. Additionally, we met with, as I mentioned, the family across from L&N Turnpike Road, and that discussion surrounded concern over setbacks, flooding issues, and as well as just general concerns about solar and property value. We directed them to studies that are as part of the public record regarding environmental concerns and property value concerns. And as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, that we are working with them to increase the vegetation screening across from their home in order to address that concern.
Thank you. What company will employ the individuals that are responsible for ensuring compliance with a construction certificate if it is granted?
Certainly. So at this time, we haven't selected an EPC contractor. However, that will unfold throughout the course of the development process, and if the construction certificate is granted. And I would say that more detailed questions about EPC selection and things of that nature would be great questions for Mr. Coleman.
Okay. In one of the responses to request for information, and I believe also in the application, it was stated that the affected system study was supposed to be completed by PJM in January 2023. Has that been completed now?
It has been completed, yes.
And could you provide that as a post-hearing data request?
Yes, we can, and I'll clarify that the reason it was not submitted is it's demonstrated no necessary effect to affiliated systems, so it can be provided, certainly.
Can I clarify? I'm sorry.
Yes.
You guys are connecting to East Kentucky's line, right?
That's correct, yep.
So the affected system study, PJM doesn't do an affected system study. PJM requires an affected system study from systems that show up as affected on its facility study or one of its earlier studies, right?
It's my understanding that when you are in close proximity to other utility systems, since those systems are often integrated through transmission, they require an additional supplemental study to be performed to ensure that not only will your injection not negatively impact the system you're proposing injection, but systems that are adjacent to that system.
No, I think that's not wrong, but East Kentucky's transmission is PJM's system.
Correct.
So who's affected who conducted the affected system study?
So that would be TVA and I believe LGE.
Okay, so it's they conducted their own affected system studies because it showed up under a previous PJM study that there may be impacts on TVA or LKE system.
That's my understanding.
Okay, all right. So you have a copy of TVA's affected system study and LG&EKU's affected system study?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was actually my next question. So in the SAR and on the site plan, it looks like there is the project substation and then the switchyard owned by EKPC. Could you kind of explain how far apart these are?
Sure. So we're proposing that they will be adjacent to one another in terms of proximity.
And so then the other information that was provided stated that there will be just a tap into an overhead line that's already going across the project. Is that still correct?
That is correct, yep.
Okay. And how long do you expect that to be?
Right now, we're estimating that tap would be 110 feet.
And it was previously stated that there has not been any power purchase agreement executed. Is that still the case, or has one been done?
We have not executed a power purchase agreement. We have a dedicated power marketing team that is actively seeking a power purchase agreement for the project.
Thank you. And then I have some questions about decommissioning. Do you think you're the best witness for that, or someone else?
Feel free to ask me
Okay.
questions. I can speak to what's in the application.
Okay, so in the application attachment Q is the decommissioning plan. Do you believe this is a final decommissioning plan or just a starting point?
It is generally a final decommissioning plan. However, similarly to the site plan, it is subject to change based on further investigations into the constructability and layout of the site. I should state, however, that in addition to it not being, it is generally final. However, over the course of time, it will be reevaluated specifically from a cost perspective to ensure that the cost of decommissioning is being maintained, and that trends in the decommissioning of solar facilities are reflected in the plan. So it will maintain being updated.
And then in section 3 of that plan, it states that some equipment greater than 3 feet below the surface might be left. So do you all not plan to remove all project components?
It is an industry standard. What the statement you just made is an industry standard to limit removal of equipment up to 3 feet. However, in our lease agreements with the landowners that are participating in the project, we are actually obligated to remove all underground equipment, and it is the intention of Thoroughbred Solar to remove all underground equipment as part of the decommissioning plan.
Okay.
So why wouldn't your decommissioning plan just say that?
So it is, like I said, it's an industry standard, and it is something that we evaluate on an ongoing basis.
Right, but you all have legally committed to removing everything underground regardless of depth in all the leases. I mean, that's an exception to industry standard, I guess, but why wouldn't that, well, let me ask it this way. Is this a decommissioning plan that was drafted specific to this project? Or did you all just take one off the shelf, change the name in a couple of places, and just leave all the industry standard jargon in it?
It is specific to the project. It says, it does say it may remain, but the decommissioning, the consultant that prepared that report is not privy necessarily to the details of our lease agreements.
Have you reviewed, I mean, clearly you know something about the leases and that you referenced just now that there's a specific provision that removes all of that the lessee will remove all of the facilities, all of the improvements, and restore the area formerly occupied by the improvements. You're generally aware of that term?
Yes.
Are you aware of the subsequent term in that same paragraph that says that if a governmental authority requires a decommissioning or restoration bond, letter of credit, cash deposit, or other security, to cover lessee's removal and restoration obligations under this agreement, the lessee shall comply with the requirements of such governmental authority, and that lessee's compliance with such governmental decommissioning and restoration requirements is agreed, and shall be deemed by owner to fulfill and replace all of lessee's obligation of this section 6E. Are you aware of
Yes.
that?
I'm aware of that paragraph.
So what is it your understanding from that if like the General Assembly passes a statute that says that all decommissioning of these facilities only have to remove up to 3 feet, that would replace, I mean, is that your understanding of that term? Is that that's supposed to replace the requirement in the lease that you all remove everything underground regardless of depth?
So I'm certainly don't represent to be an attorney, and I would defer that to my attorney on how that would be managed.
Okay, I guess what's the intent there then?
Well, so the intent is certainly to abide by all statutory regulations, but also to establish a baseline for decommissioning.
So let me ask this differently. If a statute's passed along the ones I just mentioned, on behalf of the utility, or on behalf of the applicant, is it your expectation that you would still remove all the facilities underground regardless of depth?
I would defer that question to my counsel on how that would be managed.
Well, I mean, that has nothing to do with, that's not a legal opinion, right? I'm asking what course of conduct would you all take pursuant to your landowner to remove the facilities in accordance with, I guess, what their expectations were likely when the lease was signed,
Sure.
as opposed to the bare minimum required by statute. You keep talking about baseline and industry standards, but we've got a term of lease here, and I'm just trying to understand what you expect the course of conduct to be when the decommissioning actually occurs, because we've got a decommissioning plan, and the decommissioning plan is on its face not in compliance or not consistent with the lease. So what do you expect the course of conduct to be if there's a statutory minimum placed?
I would expect we would follow what's been agreed upon with the lessee and the lessor.
Sorry, Christine.
And then, during the decommissioning, could you explain the process that will be taken to make sure that the soil quality at the end of the project is the same quality that it is now when it's being used for agriculture?
So there are practices that are employed over the course of decommissioning that relate to compaction, addressing compaction up to 18 inches. So there are practices that would be employed, and that would be outlined in a more detailed plan prior to construction.
Do you all plan on doing any additional soil testing or anything like that to ensure that the quality still maintains aside from compacting the soil?
So I would say that we would employ appropriate standards and establish baselines prior to the construction, and that practices would be mirrored at the end of the decommissioning in order to ensure restoration to the prior to construction existing condition.
Were you one of the people responsible for the response to the consultant's report?
I did participate in the response to the consultant's report, yes.
So part of that says that it is our understanding that the 1,500 feet distance has been applied in other projects that propose the use of louder pile driving equipment than is proposed for this project. The equipment proposed for this project will result in a much quieter sound profile from pile driving. Could you please explain how you all know or believe that you will be using quieter pile drivers?
So I would defer questions to noise to Isaac Old.
Okay.
He's a noise expert and is present for testimony today.
Okay. And then, I believe that's all I have for you then, because I think everything else I have is about the economic impact.
I can speak to some economic impact.
Okay. In the application, Exhibit 6 is when all of the handouts are provided to the local community. I think it's attachment A1 to Exhibit 6. And on there, on page 6 of that attachment, it states there will be hundreds of temporary construction jobs and then long-term operations jobs. But if you review the economic impact analysis, it indicates that there's only an anticipated 141 direct jobs for construction and 4 direct jobs for operations for the entire state. Could you please explain the difference in the handout and then the economic impact analysis of 141 jobs?
Sure, so the 141 jobs is what would be called a direct effect. So that would be employment as a direct result on site for construction of the facility. However, as a result of that direct employment, there are also indirect employment opportunities that are a resultant of the associated supply chain and industries that would interact with the construction of the facility. And then there's an induced effect as well, which can be viewed as a result of the additional economic output generated by those direct and indirect employment.
And I appreciate that, but it specifically says in that handout that was given to the local community that there will be hundreds of temporary construction jobs.
Could you may I have a moment to
Yeah.
identify that? You
Page
said it's
6.
Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6, attachment A1, page 6.
Okay. Certainly. So this is, the benefits do represent, more than 100. It is about 200, 206, I believe, is the number in our economic report. I believe also the timing of this presentation was prior to the development of the economic impact analysis that was delivered as Exhibit 10 to the application.
And then it was also stated that Thoroughbred Solar was attempting to negotiate an industrial revenue bond or a pilot agreement. with Hart County. Has that been completed, or will that be done? Do you know the status?
We still intend to pursue one. We have not established an IRB yet.
Have you all, is the county amenable to that, or have they said no? Like, what's the kind of status?
Sure. So as of right now, I've not personally had interactions with the judge executive. The previous developer did, and the representatives that have been approached have been amenable to learning more about it. But concrete plans have not been established to establish an IRB or pilot.
I don't have any other questions. I don't believe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have any questions?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. All my questions are for specific witnesses. Thank you.
Mr. Montgomery?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Walsh. I just have a few questions and kind of piggybacking off of council's questions in regards to the economic impact to the community. So clearly we see that there are direct and indirect impacts to the community, but in your prior experience with other projects, do those numbers accurately depict what you have seen as far as employment, both for the construction and operation and maintenance phases of the project?
So I certainly rely on the credibility of the consultants that we employ to prepare these analyses and reports. As the developer, I don't actually participate on the construction or operations side of things. So it's hard for me to comment on that, but I certainly have confidence in the reports that we've delivered.
Well, who, if you don't mind me asking, who is responsible for the operation and maintenance phase of the project?
So we have a division within Leeward Renewable Energy that would be the asset management division. And so the project execution team, which can be called construction, is also within Leeward Renewable Energy. So we have an internal team that also operates and manages our projects.
Okay, well, the reason I ask, and I don't really think this is appropriate for the consultant, but when you look at the breakout of the actual wages under the operation and maintenance, maintenance portion of the economic impact analysis, it says that there will be 4 direct jobs with with wages of $415,000, and obviously if you divide that by 4, it's over $100,000 a job. But we well know that the typical solar photovoltaic installer / maintenance employee makes about $46,000. So the question kind of becomes, what are the occupations and education level of the folks that are going to be employed as it relates to the operation and maintenance phase? Because again, if I like you trust the reliability of the consultant's report, someone would have to be making a significant wage, and just from what we have seen, I'm not sure how that would be broken down. So perhaps as a post-hearing data request, is there someone within Leeward that could provide us clarification on the occupations and the estimated salaries within the operation and maintenance phase? Is that something that you all could provide?
We could provide actual data regarding our operations in a post-hearing data request.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Tricia?
Oh, Mr. Montgomery asked my question.
You still have that Exhibit 6, the presentation, I guess, to the judge executive?
Pull it up.
attachment, I guess it's not, Exhibit 6, Attachment A1.
Sorry, just a moment. Okay, I've got it pulled up.
See the first page of it, that the presentation is from October of 21,
Yes.
about a year and a half ago. And then the third page is sort of background as of October of 21 of Leeward Renewable Energy, right?
Yes, who we are.
So 22 operating renewable energy facilities across 9 states, 2,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity. Then it says 17 gigawatts under development spanning over 100 projects. That's compared to what you all had at that point operating, that's 17,000 megawatts, right? So approximately 8 times larger, 8
Yes.
times more than what you had operating. Of those 22 projects, do you know how many Leeward approximately built itself versus bought from someone else who constructed it?
Leeward was traditionally a wind company, so many of those projects, I don't have an exact number for you, but many of those projects are projects that we built. And these numbers have also increased since the day that you're seeing.
So you all have constructed more projects since then?
Yes, we currently operate an additional 2 projects with a capacity of 2,500 megawatts. And we are closer to about 20 gigawatts of projects in various stages of development across renewable technologies.
Okay. So then if you keep going here, we'll skip the next page, talking about LCOE. And you see site selection?
Yes.
Okay. So you've got here the actual land that's being used, and then even portions of parcels that you all intend to use. Is that right? That visual on the left?
It would just seem so. I did not prepare that visual, but that is a reasonable assumption.
I mean, this is look, I haven't set foot here, but this is, I've seen enough of these maps over the last few weeks. This is the parcel that's intended, that this project is intended to be built on, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Because there's the interstate right there beside it, right?
Yeah, this is the parcel, the subject parcel. you could
Okay.
say.
And it says there it says option to lease 450 acres. You all ended up leasing about, what, 40% more than that, is that right?
We did need to lease some additional acreage. That's correct.
Is it your understanding that about this time, I mean, if the option to lease 450 acres, is it reasonable to assume that you all expected this to be an approximately 40 megawatt facility?
The anticipation was always to be 50 megawatt, and that was the interconnection submission
Right.
from the get-go.
From back in the day. All right, so 50 megawatts at that time. So I guess I'm thrown off then by your responses to Ms. Temple, right? When this presentation says that the employment opportunities, that the expectation is hundreds of temporary construction jobs. You knew it was a 50 megawatt project, you knew the parcel, you knew the location. I don't know what more firming up the project would need versus what you all knew then.
Mm-hmm.
You all had constructed a number of projects up to this point, right? We just discussed that you all had 22 operating at that time. You said the vast majority of those were likely
Wind.
you all constructed.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm just curious, are you all still telling folks that this is going to have hundreds of construction jobs associated with it?
We certainly communicate our employment expectations for the project.
Let's be clear then, what are your employment expectations?
So I would defer to our economic impact analysis now that we have that report prepared and delivered, as that is the most reliable source of employment for the project.
All right, so you would agree that it's no longer hundreds of temporary construction jobs?
Certainly, I would defer. I would say 141 exactly if I was communicating to the public.
So you had, let's say a dozen plus projects you had built up until this point. You were talking earlier, you've probably had, I don't know, hundreds of megawatts of new facilities that you've constructed since this presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all still, I guess I'm just curious, going forward, do the two sides of the business talk to each other? The folks that are doing the economic analyses, do you all feel like you're accurately portraying here for all of your projects what the actual construction expectations are to get your foot in the door before you move on and show up for permits like this?
Sure. So the analysis that we perform is prepared and delivered by a third-party consultant, and so there is certainly communication in delivering that economic analysis, but it is certainly a projection as opposed to a job requisition list. So I would say that we are anticipating 141 direct jobs as well as additional indirect and induced jobs at this time.
Yeah, but it said the model pops out 141 based off of past projects, right? I mean, do you have an appreciation for what that economic analysis looks like, how that number comes out?
Sure. So it is based off of data that the consultant uses for relative to industry standards for a project of this size.
Based off of other projects that have been built.
Certainly.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to make sure is, do you all have a better appreciation since October of 21 as to what number of construction jobs are created per a 50 or a 100 or a 150 megawatt facility when you're talking to folks in the community before you all show up to build?
Yeah, certainly. Yes, we will have worked that out with an EPC. So throughout the bidding process with an engineering, procurement, and construction consultant, the more detailed analysis will be done as to what exact jobs will be needed.
Is your all's, oh, go ahead.
Are these 141 jobs, new jobs, like at every site, or are you pulling people from your other sites to fill those jobs?
So generally, we attempt to hire locally because that is more economical in terms of transportation costs and housing costs. So it is uncommon for, say, construction that occurs in California for those same jobs to kind of be relocated to Kentucky.
My understanding is that the construction and the solar panel jobs are more temporary jobs. Am I correct in that?
That is accurate.
So once the solar farm is constructed, those 141 jobs go away?
That is correct. They are temporary full-time jobs.
Okay.
Is the financing of this project contingent on acquiring a purchase power agreement?
Yes, but this project wouldn't be constructed without a power purchase agreement.
How about the IRB? If you all received a purchase power agreement, if you all received a PPA, is it still contingent on securing an industrial revenue bond through the pilot agreement or some other agreement with the county?
It's not, no.
So you all, I mean, I guess the idea is that if you've got the PPA in hand, you're not limited in your ability to finance it. Is that fair enough?
That's correct, yes. The obtaining of an IRB is not going to be a contingent factor in obtaining financing for the project.
Okay. So let's just assume for a second that you get a construction certificate here, you get all your permits from the Energy and Environment Cabinet, any federal permits that you might need. You secure a PPA with, I don't know, a load serving entity somewhere in PJM. Great. 20-year term, extended on either party's option for another 5 years, whatever it may be. Figure out how to sell what you're going to do with the RECs, whether the LLC is going to take it. Great. Given the current structure of where this is inside, where this LLC is located inside the corporate structure at Leeward, when it comes to getting financing, is your all's ordinary course that the LLC then moves somewhere else within the structure of the organization for purposes of receiving, finding equity investors or ahead of moving under? You were talking about earlier, a different group within the company does operations. Mm-hmm. Does the LLC ever, the folks with an ownership interest in the LLC, does that change post PPA or pre-financing or even post-financing?
No, it does not. It still lives within Leeward Renewable Energy Development LLC.
Okay. And so there's no change in members, there's no change in managing members. It just, the corporate structure is exactly the same. You expect, as an ordinary course, that the structure, ownership, management of the LLC stays exactly the same for the life of the project. That's your expectation?
That would be my expectation. Again, I work in the development division, so it's hard for me to make comment on the corporate decisions of how the entity would be structured or whose name would be as a managing partner or things, the details to which you're alluding to. However, I can say it would be what my expectation would be, and it is in line with what you're suggesting.
Okay. Well, and it's, I guess, important for purposes of this because if it gets approved, there's a number of mitigation measures that are likely to be applied. And this, specifically Thoroughbred Solar, does not have any employees, right?
Correct.
And does the entity directly above Thoroughbred Solar have employees?
Yes.
Okay. So it's, for all intents and purposes, it's going to be those employees that carry out the mitigation measures. Would you agree?
Yes, as well as the consultants and contractors that we employ to construct and operate to construct the facility, not operate.
And then same thing with like it has to have somebody is managing it, right? And that's likely a member manager LLC, right?
Yeah, and that would be a member, an employee of Leeward Renewable Energy.
So, and then as part of the application, you will also had to identify whether the applicant or anyone with the ownership interest in it has a good environmental compliance history. Is that your understanding?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And the Thoroughbred Solar LLC has no history, so yeah, it's got a great environmental compliance history. Would you agree?
I would agree with the statement that you're
I
making.
mean, it's just, at this point, it's a business entity with leases, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a legal entity with leases. Now, the entity with ownership interest, did you all also speak to the environmental compliance history of that entity?
I would defer that question to our environmental consultant, Lynn Griesach.
Well, but that's an environmental consultant. I mean, do you have an expectation they can speak for the history of the actual organization?
I would say that we can provide that in a post-hearing data request if required.
Okay. Well, so that's a specific, let's see here, I'll pull it up. I'm sorry to reference it here, but, who is Robert? Robert? I don't think this individual is a person that is here as a witness today. So that's fine. Do you have Exhibit 11 to the application?
I do, yes.
Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you mind to read the response that was provided there?
Sure. Neither Thoroughbred Solar LLC nor any person or entity with an ownership interest in it has any known violations of federal, state, environmental laws, rules, or administrative regulations resulting in criminal convictions or civil or administrative fines exceeding $5,000. There are no known actions, whether judicial or administrative, pending against Thoroughbred Solar or any person or entity with ownership interest in Thoroughbred Solar LLC.
And so if you all got a construction certificate by the siting board here and then immediately sold it to somebody else, right, whether it's an affiliate or not an affiliate, the siting board wouldn't necessarily know at the time of sale whether or not that new owner has any known violations of federal or state environmental laws or any pending actions against them. Is that fair enough?
That's fair.
Okay. And if I have questions about the decommissioning plan and the impact of soil, you mentioned that witness Hildreth would be the person to ask about that?
Witness Hildreth would be stormwater. I would say that witness Coleman or witness Edelman could also speak to some of the details of that.
Okay. And then, just finally, do you know who the individual was that signed the leases on behalf of Leeward Renewable Energy Development LLC?
I don't know the name of the person that signed it.
It says Andrew and,
Flanagan.
yeah, and the title starts with a C and ends in an O, but there's 27 options in between. Do you know what Mr. Flanagan's title is?
He was the chief development officer.
That would be a D. Okay. The leases are with Leeward Renewable Energy Development LLC. Do you know whether there's been an assignment to Thoroughbred Solar LLC for this project?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so the applicant doesn't have the leases for the land.
The applicant is a fully owned subsidiary of the entity that owns the leases.
Oh, I get that, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. The applicant doesn't have the leases to the land, right?
As it stands today, yes.
Do you have an expectation that there will be an assignment or some sort of transfer of the leases to the applicant?
It's feasible. I'm not sure what Leeward's common practice would be in that realm.
Okay, well, that's a can of worms. So the mitigation measures, if approved, and the legal obligations and rights under the certificate are going to be held, I'm not asking you for a legal opinion, I'm telling you, will be held by the applicant, Thoroughbred Solar, but the obligations under the lease, as of today, are held by another person. Would you agree that the counterparty to the lease is Leeward Renewable Energy Development LLC?
Yes.
All right, counsel? Any redirect?
I don't think for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Step down. We will take a short recess. Let's take a break until 10:45. we're back on the record in case number 2022-00115. Counsel, would you just call your next witness?
Yes, thank you. Lynn Griesbach, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lynn Griesbach. My business address is 3 Bedford Farms Drive, Suite 301, Bedford, New Hampshire.
Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Griesbach. Would you please state your employer
I'm employed by Haley and Aldrich.
and what is your position?
I'm a principal consultant.
And what has your involvement with the Thoroughbred Solar project been?
For this project, I'm the lead environmental consultant.
And what has that consisted of doing for the project?
That means that some of the environmental work has been done internally by Haley and Aldrich. Some of it I have overseen directly with contractors, and to a great degree, I've been involved even when the contractors are not under my direct responsibility.
Did you participate in preparing the content of the application and Thoroughbred's responses to staff's data requests in this matter?
I did.
I would tender the witness at this point.
Counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Griesbach, I believe that the first question that was deferred to you was about the Phase 1 environmental assessment. Has that been completed?
Can you clarify for me which type of Phase 1 assessment you're referring to?
I believe it's the one that's done in conjunction with, the Fish and Wildlife and the Army Corps of Engineers and all those.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what kind of phase. There are just so many different types of studies that are called Phase 1s. Certainly from the Army Corps' perspective, we have a wetland delineation report that's part of the record. And we are not expecting that we will require any approvals or permits from the Army Corps, given that there are no streams on the site and that only one area of wetlands was identified.
Okay. And so in reference to the CREP program, I know it has been discontinued, but it was in essence to help maintain ground cover. Is that something that you all have taken into consideration when doing the landscape planning and any of the other site plans?
Certainly, it's the case that it's my understanding that given the type of project this is, there will be a minimum amount of ground clearing and grading involved. And so the plan is to keep the existing vegetation in place to the greatest extent possible and to do seeding even throughout the construction process in order for ground stabilization and to continue the characteristics. In terms of the landscaping plan, there is a priority to use native or commonly grown species from the region. There's a priority as well to incorporate pollinator-friendly plantings in the both the seed mix selected, but also in some of the trees and shrubs that would be selected for buffering as well.
And I believe we had a lot of issues with the stormwater and karst, and those were deferred to someone else other than yourself, right?
That's correct.
And then about the, I guess as it relates to karst, however, as the environmental consultant, were you the person that had the consultations with the National Cave Museum and Mammoth Cave?
No, that was done by Leeward, by Thoroughbred Solar.
Okay. don't believe I have any other questions for you. I think they're all for the other karst and stormwater. Thank you.
Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Gravestock. I think I can clarify a bit on Siting Board staff's question regarding Phase 1. Phase 1 we typically see is just an environmental review of the property. If there's any visible deposits of things such as oil, above-ground storage tanks, below-ground storage tanks, trash heaps, things of that nature. We have typically seen a Phase 1 study conducted by just about all, if not all, of our Siting Board cases. Has that been done?
There has been an ASTM Phase 1 environmental site assessment. Thank you for clarifying the type. Completed for the project. I'm not sure whether it's progressed beyond a draft form, so I can coordinate with Thoroughbred Solar about where that stands.
Okay, yeah, that's what we need.
No recognized environmental conditions were identified when that was done.
All right, that's good to know. Thank you. Just, it's not a question, but a recommendation on the species choice for screening. I would recommend consulting with our Division of Forestry or our state nature preserves on choices for native species there. It's pretty limited. You probably already realize that, but there are some specific species we would prefer over others. So that would be a good idea to do that. I know other developers have done that as well. More generally, and if this goes outside of your area, which you can comment, please let me know. And it is regarding runoff. How far is the Green River from this project site?
It's my understanding that at its closest point, it's about a half a mile away.
And as you heard in some of the comments from the public, and obviously from your consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, with our state nature preserves, there are a lot of sensitive species, particularly mussels in the Green River. Would you expect any activities on this site to potentially cause an issue with any of those species in the Green River?
I would not.
And how would that be avoided in terms of stormwater runoff?
The project during construction will be following the best management practices that are outlined in Kentucky's Construction General Permit, which will include erosion and sedimentation control. There are vegetation that will remain on site to the greatest extent possible. Will also help in terms of not allowing any kind of disturbed sediments to flow off-site. And similarly, during operation, I wouldn't expect any impact because the ground would be stabilized. There would not be any erosion and sediment control presumed to be necessary because it would be revegetated. And for a solar energy facility, there's very little in the way of materials that could be construed to spill. Certainly in the transformers, for example, there would be containment devices that would be in place. So the best management practices that would be employed both during construction and during operation, and especially considering the distance between the project site and the Green River, all, in my opinion, would avoid the potential for impact to the river.
All right, thank you. Since you brought it up, that was a very good point regarding containment structures around transformers and not what. As far as the panels themselves go, and I don't, if there's another expert that needs to testify to this, please let me know. Is there any expected impact from the panels themselves, even if the panels were somehow breached? Is there any toxic material that could leach from the panels?
It is not my understanding that that would be the case.
Okay. Just one other general question, and I'll just ask you to generally let us know how the consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Nature Preserves went. They obviously submitted and responded to the company regarding sensitive species. How would you generally characterize what those consultations were and what the federal and state partners said about not any specific species, but overall sensitive species in general?
I think that what you earlier stated, in terms of species associated with the Green River, were certainly identified, especially at the state level, that typically the review goes out 1 mile beyond the project's boundaries, and so that did not surprise me. In terms of species associated with the project site, there certainly was sensitivity to bats because there are trees within the project area and a known swarming habitat to the west. And so the project has committed to restricting tree clearing to avoid impact to those bat species at that time. We were asked to do an investigation of some of the deeper holes that are on the site to make sure that, well, to confirm whether or not they were potential bat habitat. I did have an expert go down into those holes and verify that there was no connection on a subsurface level, and so those were closed holes and not potential access ways to underground areas that could be bat roosting areas or hibernacula. No particular other species were flagged that required special best management practices that I recall.
All right, thank you. And just to clarify, what is swarming? And there was a swarming area within a mile, I believe, indicated by nature preserves, I believe. Can you explain what that is and when it occurs?
Sure. During the winter time, many of these bat species live in caves, and of course Mammoth Cave is a very famous location for some of this bat wintering habitat. And they frequently will live and pup in trees during the summer season. As they transition from moving from their summer homes to their winter habitat, a lot of times they will gather together in places, and I'm assuming that having identified that area as a swarming habitat means that this is an area where it has been observed that bats will congregate as they prepare to move further to their winter cave locations.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Montgomery, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Have you been involved in other projects in Kentucky?
I'm sorry, could you say?
Have you been involved in other projects looking at the environment in Kentucky?
I have.
Okay. And other solar projects?
No.
Okay. How about other solar projects in different states?
Oh, yes.
Yep. So do you see like the sediment runoff or any runoff with the solar panels in your experience that has caused environmental impacts? in any way?
I have known of circumstances where there has been poor coordination between the development commitments and construction that have resulted in some of those violations that were mentioned on some projects. I think it's really, since some of those issues have happened, it has been an important reminder for solar development teams to be sure that the construction and the operation team understand not only the obligations to the project, but the why behind some of it, so that as the final design process is undertaken, the same goals and objectives can occur. In each of those instances that I've heard of, there was no rational reason why that should have happened, right? There's no reason why a project like this should cause that kind of effect. It has happened on a couple of projects, and I think everybody in the industry learns from those bad experiences.
And are there other projects that are that close to a river that you've worked on?
Yes.
Okay, and you haven't seen anything?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Are you familiar generally with what's commonly referred to as NREL, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
NREL,
Oh,
the
yes.
National Renewable Energy Laboratory. They come to find out everything's funded by DOE. The Department of Energy funds like half of America, but the DOE funded a recent study between folks at NREL and the University of Minnesota and the Great Plains Institute called Photovoltaic Stormwater Management Research and Testing Best Practices. Are you aware of the best practices put out by that?
I have not reviewed that specific report, and certainly Matt Hildreth may be a good person to ask about that.
Okay. And I'll go into additional details with Mr. Hildreth, but you gave a response to Deputy Secretary Lyons about why you wouldn't be concerned about water issues, stormwater issues in particular, even given the proximity to the river. And you gave a few reasons. And I think that one thing that I'm thrown off by is, having read the report that was put out in January, they gave 4 primary items to consider during operations, or even construction, post-construction. But none of them were ones that you identified. Most of the reasons that you were fine were that there were going to be mitigation measures as required by current law or current expectations or permitting requirements. Primarily what I heard was during the construction phase, when there may necessarily not be ground cover. Is that fair enough?
During the construction phase, I expect that much of the site would still have ground cover.
Okay. So the 4 items that they mentioned, I'm just curious about your experience with any of these, was soil compaction and bulk density across the site, soil depth, ground cover, and disconnection. And with disconnection, I wasn't aware of the term, but that's looking at the distance between the arrays to make sure, as opposed to, which I've not seen anybody do this, end to end, right, versus being 5 feet apart, 10 feet apart, 15 feet apart, to, I guess, the dispersion for infiltration purposes. With compaction, do you have an expectation that projects like this will do pre-construction, construction, and post-construction monitoring of soil compaction?
I don't know, but that might be something that would be good to ask Mr. Coleman.
How about soil depth? Are you aware of whether the project has looked at soil depth up to this point?
I'm certainly aware that the project has done some preliminary geotechnical work that would identify soil depth and depth to bedrock, and the geophysical work as well provides some imagery that continues to supplement that information.
Yeah, I'm just curious, given the karst that we hear about, and it's not just this there, it's lots of central and western Kentucky. the karst we hear about, is that inherently mean that relative to other areas of the country that the soil depth is shorter than, or, you know, there's less soil depth in these karst areas than there are in other places across the U.S.?
It's my understanding that it's very individual site to site, and that is one of the reasons why this project has done some of this investigative work so far and will do some more prior to final design.
Right, but that becomes an issue, right? It's a chicken and egg situation where final design is going to determine whether or not, you know, the soil is appropriate or whether or not there are geotechnical issues. That's going to inherently occur after they've received a permit from the siting board, right?
Although final design to some degree will guide engineering design choices for the foundation appropriateness rather than necessarily resulting in major changes in the project.
Right, so if we had a concern, for instance, of different construction techniques that would result in varying types of soil compaction, or if we were concerned about whether shallow soil depth should necessarily mean that panels should be further apart, we don't have any data at this point to support any of those conclusions, because all of those studies are going to happen post-permit, right?
I think that the representative information that is based on the geotechnical and geophysical studies provides some good baseline information, and certainly one of the reasons the project has brought a local geotechnical expert on board is to be working closely with folks who work in this environment all the time.
Do you have an appreciation for whether or not distance between panels, for instance, in this case, or the choice of ground cover is going to be just industry standards, or whether it's going to be specific to the facility?
I think the panel spacing will be a combination of project-specific and industry standard. It's really depending upon the way the modules are grouped. But I expect that a lot of it is typical industry spacing.
Well, let me ask it differently. Do you have an expectation that, using their term, disconnection, or the distance between panels is going to inherently take into account concerns with stormwater, or is going to be decided absent consideration of that factor?
Yeah, it's not an issue I've really thought about, so maybe Mr. Hildreth would be better to ask.
Council, do you have any redirect?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Should I declare your next witness?
Yes, thank you. At this time, we would like to call Isaac Old.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please state your name and address for the record.
Isaac Old, business address is 55 Railroad Row, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001.
Okay. Just fair warning, you're going to have to really speak up or pull it, and probably pull that microphone closer to you. Given the setup over there, it's really hard, especially for staff council to hear you, and particularly the folks remotely. So, council?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Old.
Good morning.
Could you please state your employer?
RSG,
What is your position?
senior consultant.
And what do you do as a senior consultant for RSG?
I prepare noise studies.
Did you have involvement with the Thoroughbred Solar project's application and noise studies?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you do?
Prepared the sound propagation modeling study and assisted with data requests.
Did you also assist with consultation on the response to the consultant's report relative to noise?
I did.
Okay, at this point, I tender the witness.
Council?
Thank you. Mr. Old, I will refer you back to that question, and I will repeat it, but it basically was in response to the consultant report stating that you all believe that the 1,500-foot distance that has been applied to other siting board projects is not appropriate because those projects used a louder pile driver or pile driving equipment than this project. Could you please explain how you know what pile drivers the other projects were using and how this project's pile drivers will be quieter.
So, answer the first part of the question is, I looked at the applications for some of those previous projects and found the data that they used and the results they were getting for, 50-foot distances, and compared them to what was used in the noise study for Thoroughbred.
And so what's the difference? How do you know which ones they're using and which ones you're going to be using? I guess which one is going to be used for this project?
So this is going to be a solar power specific pile driver. So it's intended for driving the posts for solar power projects.
And how do you know that, I don't believe that any of them said a specific pile driver, so how do you know that that's not what they're using?
So the data that they are using is usually based upon FHWA or NCHRP data, which is specific for roadway construction. And they have, it's a well-known data set that's published, and the data that they were using lined up with that.
So I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. So we approved something like 25 projects. Almost every one of them, over the objection of the applicant, have we required some mitigation for noise for pile driving. And it's your testimony that in every one of those cases, effectively, that the data that they were using for pile driving is disconnected from the actual pile driver that every one of those projects are likely using.
So I'm not sure whether in their cases what they're using for data is disconnected from what they're using. What I'm going off is the data they put in the applications, which indicated it was from that FHWA or NCHRP data set.
Right, and again, not versed in the acronyms. I'm just trying to have an appreciation for the bigger picture. That all of these are solar projects that we're talking about. They're all likely using the exact same solar specific pile drivers. That's a fair assumption, right?
Sure.
But you're saying that the noise data for all of them was not for a solar specific pile driver
For the
that
ones
you reviewed.
For the ones that I reviewed, that's correct.
Okay, how many did you review and which ones did you review?
I think 3 of them. One of them was Ashwood Solar. One of them was Northern Bob White Solar. I don't remember the third one.
So Ashwood Solar 2 and Northern Bob White. What's the, and you got asked this a second ago, so I guess I'll turn it over here, but what's the relative difference in noise at 50 feet?
So for those data sets, it's between 96 and 101 dBA. For the data point that was used in the Thoroughbred Solar application, it's 84.
I'm sorry, did you say 84?
Correct, 84.
At 50 feet?
Correct.
Sorry, Ms. Temple.
No, that's okay. And I was just going to ask, I don't know if you have it that you could discuss right now or if you would need to provide it post-hearing. But for that, since you're saying it's a different pile driver that's going to be used, could you provide the manufacturer's specifications about noise for that specific pile driver?
Yeah, so it's not in the application, but it could be provided post-hearing.
Okay, thank you. And so, I guess kind of all that to say, in the response to the consultant's report, it didn't really have what you all were proposing as noise mitigation. So what is Thoroughbred Solar's proposed noise mitigation?
So I believe the adjustment, maybe just, where's the response? Is it in this one?
It's in the smaller one.
Mr. Chairman, may just provide a copy of that on my screen.
That'd be fine.
So the recommendation is to readjust the setback distance from the 1,500 feet to about 400 feet.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
To adjust the setback distance indicated in the proposed language from 1,500 feet down to 400 feet.
So you're saying that you would only have to mitigate noise 400 feet around the project?
For the pile driver, that's correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Deputy Secretary?
Yes, just one, I think, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Old, as indicated in the geotech and karst studies, there's weathered bedrock close to the surface at times, and this could require pre-drilled holes or augering in the rock before the pile driving could be completed. I noticed in Table 5 of the noise study, rock drilling is a category that was looked at. How much more of an impact from noise would rock drilling cause versus pile driving, in your opinion? And Table 4 is on page 12, by the way.
Referring to the noise study or the question response? Are you referring to the
Or-
noise study or the question response?
To the noise study.
Okay, excuse me. Well, so the rock drill does emit higher sound levels than the pile driver in this case by about 8 dB. As far as how much impact goes, that's, there's also the question as to which one's being used more and for how long, and I don't have specifics on, the relative duration.
So in essence, there would need to be the geotech, placement of the solar arrays, and that consideration to be taken into account before you could accurately answer that question. Is that fair?
Yeah, I just don't know how often rock drilling would be required.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the issue here is we don't know that. So the sound impact may actually be greater than just simply pile driving, is my point. So that's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Montgomery?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have any.
So, do you have a copy of those other studies that you were referencing?
Not with me, no.
Do you know what the FTA is in the context of a noise study, or where a source of noise?
So the FTA, you said?
Mhm.
Yeah, Federal Transit Administration.
Okay. Is that a serious source? Is it a reputable source?
It's a source that's generally used in preparation of sound studies for a variety of construction projects.
Okay, and the source you used was the National Cooperative Highway Research Program from October of 2018?
Correct, except for the pile driver.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask about. So, looking at your table 3, you have that the sound source information, where available, was obtained from Project 25-49 data, National Cooperative Highway Research Program, October 2018. For the pile driving equipment, noise data for a representative solar array post driver was used. Where did you get the data for the representative solar array post driver?
So it's, that data point comes from the operator's manual for a Vermeer PD10 pile driver.
So you just picked a pile driver, picked a manufacturer of a pile driver?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the one that Leeward Solar proposes to use, or that Thoroughbred proposes to use for this very specific project?
That's a better question for someone who's more involved with the construction of the project. In preparation of this, I reached out to Leeward and asked them if they were using an appropriately sized soil pile driver, and they confirmed.
Well, I don't know what appropriate. I mean, do they know that you were looking at that specific pile driver as opposed? I don't. I mean, I'm not asking you if that's your quote because I assume that was a conversation that happened a while ago. But the answer that if they answered no, by definition, they'd be telling you they used an inappropriate pile driver. I don't know who would ever admit that. So, why did you choose that particular pile driver for to selectively place in this table?
So, simply because it's one I could find data for that is an appropriate size. In conversation with Leeward, I've asked them what kind of pile driver they are using, or they expect to use at least, and they said it is a Vermeer pile driver.
Okay, so I take this data, I guess, from construction equipment related to highway construction. And I just pulled up real quickly the Ashwood Solar application that you were talking about. And so I see the items you're saying with an impact and sonic pile driver here. But I'm looking at other sources, like for instance, Dozer. The Dozer in that data set is 85 at 50 feet. And in your data set, Dozer is 80. So can you explain the deviation? I'll just tell you, but without going through each of them individually. Going back and forth in the last 5 minutes, almost every single data set used in your table is lower than the FTA data that was used in the Ashwood Solar set and their table on typical noise level at 50 feet. Do you know why?
So are they specifying where they're getting that data from?
Well, that's what I was saying. That's the quote, the asterisk, the source is taken from FTA 2018.
Okay.
So the same year as your
NCHRP.
Thank you.
National Cooperative Highway Research Program. So it's a research program for measuring construction noise from that time period.
Okay, so the FTA was what I was asking earlier. That's where their data set is from. Can you explain why there would be such a deviation between their data set and yours, especially given it was taken from the same year?
Probably because they're measuring different equipment. I don't know specifically why.
Is this the data set that you routinely use, the one you used here?
Recently, yes.
Okay. Have you ever used the FTA data that we were talking about earlier that Ashwood Solar used?
Before this, we used the RCNM data set,
What does that stand for?
roadway construction noise model.
Is there a material difference between that model and the data set that you're using now?
I haven't compared them recently.
At any point, have you compared them? Was there a difference?
Yeah, just not recently, not that I can recall.
So we've got here the difference between, I think you said 96 to 101 was your reference earlier. I think the Sonic pile driver in that FTA data from Ashwood I haven't looked at Northern Bob White, or the third that you looked at, was 95. What's the difference between 94 and 95? Is it an incremental difference?
So, 1 dB is a difference in sound level you might, maybe in a laboratory setting, might be able to detect, but on a day-over-day basis, you probably wouldn't be able to. Generally, on a day-to-day basis, you can detect a difference of about 3 dB.
Yeah, I guess, sorry, that inartfully asked question. So, I think about it, like the difference between 1 and 2, just absolute numbers, is either double or half, right? And it's an incremental difference of a single integer. The difference between like a 1.0 magnitude earthquake and a 2.0 magnitude earthquake is not double or half, right? It's a magnitude of difference, right? I'm just wanting to make sure that it's not an exponential difference as you go from 94 to 95 to 96. That's actually the term just completely escaped me. That it just. Sorry. But it's not a significant difference is what I'm trying to get to, right? It's just a small incremental difference between 94 to 95, right?
94 to 95 is a pretty small difference, yeah.
Okay.
So
how about 85 to 95?
So 85 to 95, that's 10 dB. That's going to be it. 85 to 95 would be a doubling of loudness. 95 to 85 would be a halving of loudness.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yes.
I knew nothing about this in February of 2020. I know just barely more than nothing about this, right? So it's a doubling of loudness between 85 and 95. Is it the same between 75 and 85?
Correct.
Okay.
So if you went from 75 to 95, that would be 4 times.
Okay. So a doubling of a doubling. So when you are proposing from 95, which is what the for a sonic pile driver in Ashwood is, to about 85, which is what you think one of the Vernier pile drivers count for. You say the other is twice as loud, and then your proposed mitigation is 400 feet as opposed to 1,500 feet. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What's the basis for the 400 feet?
So it's based upon the dispersion of sound with distance, which is approximately 6 dB per doubling of distance. So going from, and I think the distance I gave was based upon from 96 to 84. That would be the difference in sound level. If you back calculate 96 to 84 and try and get an equivalent sound level from what 96 was at 1,500 feet, you'd end up with about 80. You'd end up with the same at about 400 feet.
What throws me off here is, at least with other data sets, pile driving was the loudest. I mean, you saw Ashwood at least. Pile driving was the loudest noise, right, of that data set. Is that what you remember?
That's what I remember, yeah.
Okay. Here, though, and I get that it's not an apples to apples comparison because the small pile driver is not from the same data set as the other items in Table 3, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. But it is not, it's maybe about halfway up the data set in terms of the sound pressure for each of these activities, right? I mean, that's,
Yeah, it's nowhere near the loudest.
Deputy Secretary Lyons was kind of asking you that all of a sudden a dozer is now close. You've got a boom truck and a forklift. A trencher is right there. What's an HDD?
Horizontal directional drilling.
Horizontal directional drilling. Okay. You've got a trencher that's right there. I assume, maybe I'm wrong, I assume there's gonna be quite a bit of trenching to bury underground conduit. Do you all propose any mitigation for any of those sounds that are in excess that you're aware of the small pile driver?
So I mean, there are general mitigation measures that are mentioned in the question response. Those include making sure that all equipment's in perfectly good operational condition. You have exhaust systems, making sure that louder activities are as far from residences as possible. Tuning backup alarms so they're no louder than they need to be. Keeping staging areas as far away from receptors as needed, and specifying approved haul routes.
So I mean, that's all fine, but none of those are objective measures, right? They're all subjective as determined by the applicant. Loud as they need to be, no louder than necessary. I mean, the person who, or the entity that makes those determinations as to need or necessity or convenience will all be the applicant, right?
Of those lists, yeah.
Have you provided, in like documentary form, that manual that you were referencing earlier that includes the 84 dBA language?
I have not.
Okay. We'll ask that as a post-hearing data request for a copy of that manufacturer literature. Thank you very much. Counsel? Do you have any questions? Sorry, he's about to walk off. I want to make sure.
Sorry,
that
I was thinking about whether I did have one. I have just one, I think,
Go ahead.
question
Go
for
ahead.
clarification.
I won't let him leave. Don't worry. I haven't excused him. I was just going to be very nice about it, but I haven't.
It's deep in thought. So there were several different data sets that were all referenced during the course of your testimony. The one that you used in this particular case, which was the, help me with the acronym, NCHRP.
NCHRP.
And then also used FTA in some questioning and RCNM as being an older data set that you at one point used. Are both FTA and NCHRP currently acceptable and standard data sets to be used to your knowledge?
And those are, so FTA, that's a U.S. federal data set. NCHRP is, I believe, funded by the FHWA. And RCNM was an approved construction noise manual by the FHWA.
Okay. And so I guess as the bottom line, do you believe that you use the correct data set, given all that you know about the different sets of data that are available to analyze this project and prepare your report?
Yeah, it's my understanding that's the most current data set.
No further questions.
You may be excused. Judge Clark, next witness.
Yes, thank you. Next we have a remote witness, Andrew Lyons.
Mr. Lyons, please turn on your camera and your microphone. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and business address for the record.
Andrew Lines, Lines, 1 South Wacker, Suite 3550, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Lyons, who is your employer
Cone Resnick,
and what is your title?
Principal.
What do you do in your role with Conresnick?
I help lead.
Mr. Lyons.
We just lost
Mr. Lyons?
Yeah, 1 second.
He's downtown to Chicago, I'm sure. He got kicked out.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great.
Yes. Can you restate what you do in your role with Cohn Resnick?
Sure, I help lead our evaluation division.
Okay, did you have involvement with preparing the property valuation analysis that is part of the Thoroughbred Solar application?
I did.
Tender the witness.
Counsel?
I do not have any questions.
Deputy Secretary Lyons?
No questions for me, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Montgomery?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner? You heard one of the comments today, Mr. Earl, let me ask, you heard some of the comments this morning, the public comments, right?
I have been listening, yes.
Yeah. And one of the commenters mentioned about a change in property valuation. Did you hear that? Or concern that properties would be devalued?
I can't remember it specifically, but okay.
Well, I guess I would just ask, so a lot of your study focuses on surrounding residential properties, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you ever look at the change in land use of a proposed facility like this, the impact or non-impact of surrounding property that's used for other purposes, commercial or agricultural purposes?
We do. So we've tracked agricultural land values that are immediately adjacent to solar developments and found that their values have not declined, that there's no negative impact. Not only that, we've seen multiple instances where land tracts have been developed after solar farms have already been erected and are in operation, including hobby farms, small horse tracks, and other very uniquely agricultural purposes.
Okay. And what has been the impact of that?
We haven't seen any negative impacts. So animals, other agricultural uses are able to be developed and are used in regular capacities as if the solar farm wasn't there. Typically, there's more than enough setback in between the panels and the operation and any uses that might occur for any agricultural type use on adjacent parcels.
Okay. And then finally, I get that, we've had solar panels in this country for decades now, but we certainly have not seen the size of, there's a significant more amount of we'll call them large-scale solar facilities being installed now than there ever has been, for a number of reasons. But have you done any studies with regards to facilities after their useful life and after they've been decommissioned, what the value of the land is post-operations?
You ask a very unique question because there have been very few solar developments that have been decommissioned. Most of them are still either in operation or haven't, gotten to the end of their useful lives. So it would be a little bit of conjecture on my part. But my understanding is that the land typically grows fallow in these circumstances over that period of time. And then assuming that the developer is committed to, their agreement with landholders that they're going to return the land in likely better condition than they found it.
Okay. Counsel? Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lyons. You may be excused.
Thank you very much.
Call your next witness.
Yeah, our next witness, please, is Matthew Hildreth.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Matthew Hildreth. Business address is 12701 Whitewater Drive, Suite 300, Minnetonka, Minnesota 55343.
Counsel?
Mr. Hildreth, who is your employer?
Westwood Professional Services,
What is your title?
Water Resources Engineering Manager.
What do you do in your role?
I perform hydrology and stormwater analyses.
Were you involved in performing stormwater and hydrology analysis relative to the Thoroughbred Solar project?
I was.
And did you prepare a portion of the application and data request responses on behalf of the project.
Yes.
At this point, I tender the witness.
Counsel?
Thank you. Excuse me. In Exhibit 12, the site assessment report, attachment O, it says that a construction stormwater discharge permit is needed. Has that process been started, or what is the status of it?
So that's typically completed once an EPC contractor comes on board. Typically, once the project is further in development, and that's for your temporary stormwater controls.
But
That-
I'm sorry.
There has been preliminary design done that was submitted in the preliminary stormwater management report that I submitted. We looked at locations for temporary stormwater basins.
Okay, and could you kind of explain that a little further? Like, what is that, the preliminary stormwater plan for construction?
Yeah, so the preliminary plan for construction is designing your BMPs, your best management practices. So as Lynn discussed, you're maintaining your vegetation. You're also looking at locations for silt fence or fiber rolls, other sediment management tools. As I said, we looked at temporary sediment basin locations. Those are locations where you have a larger amount of drainage coming to a specific discharge point from the site. So designing those to handle the runoff per the construction general permit.
And I apologize if this is like an ineloquent question, but with all the karst underlying the site, was there any kind of planning or studies or anything to determine how the construction runoff would actually flow through any of the karst formations that have already been noted?
So the primary goal would be to prevent any sediment from getting to the karst features. And that's typically done with additional BMPs, typically your additional silt fence or fiber rolls to prevent the sediment from getting there. And then once the water has been treated with your best management practice, it flows to the karst feature as it normally would as clean water.
Okay. And so all that is kind of for construction. A lot of the public comments, though, have been concerned or expressed issue about runoff during operations. Have you kind of gone over some planning about how that runoff will be controlled during operations?
Yes, so that's kind of the main summary of the stormwater management report provided. So we look at the existing conditions of the site and then the proposed conditions of the site. So in existing conditions, as it's been mentioned, the site has been part of the CREP program. And then there has been portions of the site that also have been used for other agricultural purposes. And then in proposed conditions for the site, the proposed vegetation is very similar to the CREP program. So it's a deep-rooted, meadow vegetation. Obviously, it will be specified by the landscaping contractor. So there's going to be additional lands that weren't in the CREP program that will look similar to that on site now.
Okay.
So the addition of that, going from row crop to that deep-rooted meadow grass, reduces the runoff from the site. So the runoff volume and rate from the site will be reduced in proposed conditions.
Okay, so you expect less runoff after it's developed than currently?
Yes.
Okay. And then, do you, in this stormwater planning, were you involved in determining what the spacing would be between the rows of the panels?
I was not. That's typically, it can depend on the panels used and the racking manufacturer. Typically, there's a standard spacing, so you can get a pickup truck in between them for any maintenance needs. So you're looking at probably about 10 feet. The vegetation, though, will be the same underneath the panels as between the rows. So there's really not any loss of infiltration from minor spacing changes.
And that was my next question. So the underneath the panels is going to be that same, I believe you said meadow-like ground cover underneath all of the panels?
Correct, yes. There's I have not seen that the grass does not grow underneath the panels, and typically it starts growing faster under there because they're shaded, so it
Okay.
retains moisture better.
And then, I believe it was stated that a lot of the, internal roadways are going to be gravel for the project, and so how would that, what kind of planning is going to be done to ensure that there's not runoff or erosion of the gravel roadways?
Sure. So we take the gravel into account when we do our runoff calculations. So that's taken into account, and we're still showing a runoff introduction from the site. The roadways are all planned at grade, so there's no change in runoff from them, like hitting an elevated roadway and directing the runoff somewhere else. And then as we go through the site design, we also look at any drainage features that would be needed on site. So if there was a location where runoff was concentrating over the roadway, we would look at proposing a culvert or armoring the roadway better in that location to prevent any gravel from washing downstream.
And I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Deputy Secretary Lyons?
Well, staff covered all of the questions that I had pretty well. I did have one additional one though. How many acres at a time will be disturbed? I think I saw some reference to that in maybe in the stormwater report. I can't find it at this point in time.
I think that depends on the coordination with the contractor that's brought on, depending on how they want to phase the project.
But that is a consideration that not all 520 acres or whatever it is would be disturbed at once. It would be done in calculated parcels to limit runoff. Is that your understanding?
As long as all temporary drainage features are in place and the contractor has enough staff to manage those, there wouldn't be an issue constructing the entire site at once. But that would be also a part of the construction general permit, would be listed in that permit how the project was planned. And that's one of the reasons it's typically done once a contractor is brought on board.
So a general stormwater permit does not limit the amount of acreage that can be disturbed at once.
That's my understanding, correct. As long as you're properly managing the stormwater from the disturbance.
Mr. Chairman, I know that I read that somewhere that there would be limited disturbance. I don't know if there's some others, maybe one of the other project managers perhaps knows the answer to that question. I'd like to get that confirmed for the record one way or the other.
Okay. We'll go to council here in just a second after we get done with this witness and find out who we can get that from.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Montgomery?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
You in the room earlier when I was asking if the previous witness had seen this NREL and Great Plains study on best practices?
Yes.
Have you seen the study?
Yes.
You've read the study before? You've heard about it before today?
Yes. My company was involved in a portion of that study.
Okay. So, talking about trucks driving between panels, right? Does that not increase compaction, soil compaction?
No different than in driving a pickup through a field. The soil is deep rooted, so it breaks apart the soil. Once it's very minimal traffic after construction.
So it's true, but how often are trucks driving through fields today?
I think it depends on what the field is used for.
Well, so we've got fields that are in this. They refer to CREP, and I think it's just an offshoot of the CRP program.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware generally of what the CRP program is? Planting farms and native grasses.
Yes.
Very rarely, once a year maximum, at a particular time of the year, Do you mow only certain areas, right, that's your experience? Bush hog certain areas? Would you be surprised if in the majority of these farms that are certainly the ones that have the CREP program had trucks running all over them throughout the year?
Yeah, I would not expect them to have constant truck traffic on them.
But would you expect the facility post construction and operation to have trucks going up and down the aisles multiple times a year?
No more needed than maybe once or twice a year to wash the panels is what or do any maintenance.
And then you talked earlier about how vegetation under the panels occasionally is taller than the vegetation between the panels. How high do you expect the vegetation to be at any given time?
That can be limited by the seed mix used. I believe typically you want to limit your height to about 2 or 3 feet, and that's used. You specify that in the vegetation management plan.
But by definition, the shorter the plants are ordinarily, or as a general matter, the shallower the roots are. Is that your experience?
I think it can depend on the plant type.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be deviations from the rule, but as a general matter, would you agree that the taller a plant grows, ordinarily the deeper the roots are?
Yes.
Okay. And that benefits soil compaction, right?
Correct. It helps break apart the soil and increase infiltration.
Okay. And then when it comes to soil depth, well, so you've seen the study. You saw compaction can have up to a 100% increase in additional stormwater drainage issues. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second most impactful is soil depth. Do you have any idea what the soil depth on this parcel of land looks like relative to what you ordinarily find?
So it varies due to the bedrock in the area. So you have some areas of shallower soil than others. And it really depends on what part of the country you're in.
Well, I mean, you operate occasionally in Kentucky?
Yes, I've worked on
Yeah,
the
so
projects.
other places, I mean, have you done any of these other projects, solar projects in the state of Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay, so relative to your experience in those other areas, is the soil here deeper or shallower than your experience other places, as a general matter?
I think it's similar.
And do you have you all done studies on what the bulk density of the soil currently is and what the depth of the soil currently is across the footprint?
We have not.
And then one of the, do stormwater permits ordinarily require a minimum amount of ground coverage within a certain amount of time?
Yes, to terminate your permit, you would be required to have a certain amount of ground coverage at the end of construction.
Does that, in your experience, play into the choice in ground cover?
It can, yes.
Right. But would you agree that that can have a detrimental impact then on the choice of ground coverage, especially as it relates to compaction and ground cover long term? That if you choose something that's faster growing in order to, get out of your permit quicker or to end the permit quicker, or if the permit requires you have ground coverage, in a year or two, you'll choose something that grows quicker, but in the long term, it may not necessarily be the best for long-term drainage or for compaction. Have you experienced that, or is that a trade-off that you may be aware of?
It's not a trade-off that I'm aware of, as most of these vegetation management plans are very climate specific, and in a climate like Kentucky's, your vegetation is typically going to fill in relatively quickly anyways because of the amount of rainfall received.
Okay. So given the expectation of the height, the vegetation height preference that you spoke of earlier, does that mean by default that the vegetation that was used in the CREP program or a similar CRP program will not be used here, given the varying heights expected in those programs? Like things like turkey foot that are going to be, 4 or 5 feet?
It could be used, since a site would be mowed occasionally. They could still use that. When I visited the site, the vegetation was around that 3-foot height, so it would be very similar vegetation in my assumption.
And how, given your experience and frankly background on water issues, how often would you recommend, given concerns about infiltration and soil compaction, how often would you recommend that an area like this be mowed absent concerns around the height of the panels in order to ensure maximum infiltration and reduce the risk of stormwater runoff?
Sure. I would say a few times a year. The main concern is maintaining the root structure, because that's what's holding the soil in place and allowing the infiltration.
So no more than maybe 3 or 4 times a year?
Yeah, that would probably be my recommendation, to be in line with the assumptions used in the report.
Okay. And if they're going to mow more often, if they have a preference to mow 6, 7, 8 times a year, what additional recommendations, such as further distances between panels, would you have to ensure that infiltration is appropriate and there isn't excess stormwater runoff?
Probably wouldn't change anything with the panel spacing. We would want to go through our report and change our assumption on the ground cover used. My initial thoughts would be it would probably still show a reduction or be similar to the runoff coming off the site as it is today.
Okay. So do you disagree with the report that there can be an impact from the disconnection between panels?
I don't disagree. I think it depends on what area of the country you're in and the vegetation cover that is underneath the panels.
Well, I mean, I assume they all have a symbiotic relationship relative to each other. If you're going to put the panels right next to each other, then you need to make sure you have increased soil depth, even better coverage. I have an appreciation for that. But I guess I was asking if there's going to be a degradation on the other issues, such as, how often they're going to mow, which means it's going to have shallower roots. You don't think that should be taken into account with anything else related to soil compaction, or taken into account with the depth of the soil, or with the disconnection or the distance between the panels?
No, you should take that into account.
Okay. And then finally, I asked you about compaction generally and soil depth, and you noted that there hasn't been any studies that you're aware of yet, or monitoring of those items yet. Does that include that there hasn't been an identification of what the bulk density is of the soil across the footprint?
I don't recall if that was provided in the geotechnical report or not.
Is that something that you would expect to occur prior to construction, or at least post-construction?
Not something that I would typically expect, no.
Okay. Do you think that, I guess what throws me off is that there are now reports showing how important identification of compaction and bulk density of soil is for stormwater issues, that if it's not currently part of the permitting requirements, but it's a best practice, when do you expect for those best practices to finally be adopted by the community, the development community?
You could, but in a site like this, I would not see it as much of an issue.
And what do you mean by site like this?
That receives a relatively decent amount of annual rainfall, where you're going to get good vegetation growth. In a more arid climate, the more compacted your soil would be, the slower it would take for the vegetation to grow.
Like Colorado, for instance?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Any redirect, counsel?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take a short, oh, sorry, Deputy Secretary?
Yeah, just to clarify my question, I think what I was referring to was in the stormwater report, one of the things in addition to BMPs was to minimize the amount of grading, promote flow, which is also a recommendation in the publication that you referenced and asked questions about. And maybe in my mind, I was reading into that would be limiting the amount of disturbed acreage at any given time. I don't know if that's a possibility or not. It may not be a question for this witness, but I guess I would ask what is really meant by minimizing the amount of grading. What would you think that would mean, given it's in that report and also this publication?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So the intent is not to go out and mass grade the site, which would be to take a bulldozer and flatten the site and remove every single blade of grass. The intent is more to do a spot grading to ensure that the piles and the trackers can meet their specified requirements by the manufacturer. So for this project, there's certain areas of the site that will need grading, and then they would be revegetated, but the entire site would not be graded.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take just a short 5-minute recess and we'll come back at 12:05. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00115. Counsel, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you. We would like to call Mohammed Al-Rawaimi.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please state your name and address for the record.
Mohammed Al-Waimi, 6688 Central Expressway, Dallas, Texas, 75206. And I work remotely, that's why I struggle with the address.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Al-Rawaimi, who is your employer?
Leeward Energy.
Could you speak just a smidge louder, please? I think the microphone may have been moved back, if you would pull it forward. What is your position with Leeward?
I'm a structural engineer.
And what do you do as a structural engineer for LRE?
Well, it's more about evaluating foundation with the soil, so the two components together to make sure that whatever foundation you have, it works with that subsoil condition.
Did you have an opportunity to review the application and other materials that Thoroughbred Solar has submitted in this case?
Yeah, I am involved
And
in that.
have you had an opportunity to consider any issues that might relate to constructability under these site conditions?
Yes, that's part of my role.
Okay. And do you have can you just state your opinion generally relative to whether you have any particular concerns relative to constructing on karst conditions in this site area?
Well, typically it's for us as engineers, as karst is an important aspect of any project. So we evaluate karst in terms of what depth of the karst close to surface or it's deeper, what kind of, generally what kind of I would say risk in that location is low, moderate, or high, and we go investigate the site in general to make sure that when we build the foundation, we build on solid ground because it's in our concern as well, and making sure that the type of foundation is suitable to that environment or to that subsoil condition, rather than building a foundation we know that will have defects in the future and has a lot of maintenance remediation, which is it's a very hard thing to do. So it's better to build a suitable foundation and expect minor remediation rather than doing something that you expect that will have a lot of trouble in the future.
I would tender the witness at this time.
Counsel?
Thank you. When you say the foundation of the project, what exactly are you referring to?
I mean, we handle all the foundation, the solar, which is the piles, the driven piles. We do some other, I would say, like the substation, which is the drill shaft, and inverters, and whatever, any other component of the project. So we look at them one by one and see what's suitable foundation based on the load that's applied to that.
Okay. I believe you discussed that a little bit in the application, or Terracon did, at least in the application. So can you talk about when you all did this evaluation of the site, what kind of foundations you all decided were appropriate for what kind of structures?
Well, one thing is part of the evaluation, if I start even a step further, is avoiding any problematic locations in the site. So you started like this. If you have any location that history of sinkhole or something, so you have to get out of those locations. And then now for solar panels, the industry, I would say, common practice to use piles, driven piles, which is, we call them piles, as they are no more than a post, because saying piles to me as a foundation engineer, they are a post, you know, it's a 6 to 8 feet deep post that you bury in the ground. So that was for the solar arrays, and for substations, and for this project, it will be most probably drill shaft or a pier, which is nothing more than an auger cast pile that goes to a certain depth to carry the load for the substation. Other, I would say foundations with the more like a medium to lightweight, it could be a typical shallow foundation that can bear on the bearing capacity of the subsoil that we have in the local area.
Okay. Have you, there is that other method for solar installation of using the ground screws. Was there any kind of determination of whether or not that would have been a better method for this site, given all of the karst?
Did you say ground screw?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the ground screw, well, what's typically known in our industry, helical piles. Yes, it could have some advantage. It has some weakness in terms of, they call it lateral load, which is the solar panel typically has a lot of lateral load, so it could have advantage and disadvantage. The screw, in other words, is it might have an impact because you literally rely on screwing in something hard by bypassing the topsoil, which is, I don't see it as a reason in this situation, because the topsoil, we can rely on it in driving the piles, getting the capacity. So there is no need for us to bypass that topsoil. In fact, as we want to try to maintain our piles in the topsoil without getting into the karst. So it will be disadvantage, I think, is if we just go deep and do that one without a legit reason to go that direction or that option.
Okay. I do have some questions about some of the karst and the setbacks and things like that. Would those be better for you or for the other geotech person?
I can address generally, and if I feel it's more
Okay.
toward the local geology, I can refer
Okay.
to my
Um,
colleague in here.
So for this project, there are several known sinkholes already in the project area, and that there are many other probable karst formations. Could you kind of talk about the setbacks that Thoroughbred has planned for those karst formations that are already there and known?
Yeah, typically when you have a known locations that has potential karst, or it's been confirmed as a sinkhole, or it's a relic sinkhole, as they say. So you want to be away from that foundation, from your foundation want to be away from that sinkhole. So how we look at it is typically is that from the top, from the ground surface to the karst or the bedrock depth. How much is the depth that you're dealing with? Are you dealing with a 20 to 30 feet? Then you're looking at this depth and look at a 45-degree from that as like a funnel. So you're dealing with this maybe 30 from here, 30 from here. So you're dealing with a 60. So you give it a buffer a little bit to be conservative. Now, there is no too much engineering in it because as you're dealing with a karst, it goes up and down and all those things. So it has to come to an extent dealing with whatever is information we get from our local expertise. We discuss this based on the depth of, where is the depth of the rock. We do some engineering assumption based on how much is the extent will be for this one if it's developed. Then get further from this one by a little bit of buffer to be on the safe side so we don't have any influence on that, adding more pressure on that location.
Okay. If any karst is, if any is discovered during the pile driving process or any of the other construction work on the site, what are the steps that will be taken when that occurs during construction? Is there going to be attempts to remediate it? Will it just be avoided, or does it kind of depend on what the future looks like?
That's a good question. It's, typically in this situation, it's more like you're going to evaluate what type of karst you're dealing with. So is that location when you hit it, it's just you hit the pile driving and that the piles just go in, and then you have to, sometimes it's a safety concern. We're going to see sometimes as, hey, get away from this one, make sure that you mitigate how much is the extent of this one, make sure that location being investigated further. Additional sometimes, I would say geotechnical investigation, more like a geophysical, running like a ground penetration radar around it, making sure what's in there. And then step two, now, do we really feel this is a cost concern, or more like the clay, sometimes the clay have a soft clay that you just penetrate it and go beyond that to a more stiff soil, and then the decision will come on site, yeah, we're gonna avoid this location, or we're gonna bypass putting foundation on this in another location, or bridge over it. Or another way, if we confirm it's a karst, we have to take actions with our local expertise to remediate that location. So we're not gonna just let it go, they remediate it as per the standard for the Kentucky State.
Okay. Excuse me. There was also some information provided in the application that the concern after construction is completed during the operation of the project, the concern is more with gradual surface movement that could lead to sinkholes. What steps is Thoroughbred or Leeward going to take to monitor that surface movement that could lead to sinkholes?
It's good that you mentioned the word gradual, because sometimes as people misunderstood that in this location you will see more like a gradual movement on topsoil. So that I would say from our perspective, the O&M will, during their visits, they will be looking at any, like we typically look at any, I would say surface variation. We look at our panels. Sometimes if there's any differential sediment, it tells us. Sometimes your eye cannot see it. They will feel like the panels is tilting a little bit, differential sediment tilting. Sometimes it's any other indication in the system itself. It will tell you that there is something tilted in this location, and then we'll take an action on those locations. And we have involved in different applications that when we have this differential sediment, and we have to take steps to make sure that it's not a measure, because this is being designed for a certain differential sediment. So if they have more than that, it violates the code that we designed for. And then back again, it's during the O&M, they will be looking at all this typical in any typical project. So they will have to report to us anything, and they will come back to the engineering team to evaluate. And sometimes we have to hire a sub-consultant to go and do more investigation to make sure that it's what they have seen is just typical clay sediment because of seasonal variation or something like that, or it's a really karst feature evolving on the day.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Deputy Secretary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Arawami, you spoke to low, moderate, and high risk. Would you characterize this site in total in any one of those categories?
Do I characterize it in which category?
So can you, Deputy Secretary, can you move a little closer to your microphone? It was a little hard to hear your question.
In your testimony, you referred to low, moderate, and high risk. Would you characterize this site overall into any one of those categories?
Okay, so for this category, for this site, it's a high risk, and maybe leave for our local experts will elaborate more on that. This is based on Kentucky Geological Survey map, so it's categorized as high risk, and that's why you need a further investigation. So the high risk is something that typically in karst, it's based on how much occurrence of like karst features, how many of those incidences have recorded in the areas. Do you have karst as close to surface or not? Do you have a seasonal variation of the groundwater in that area? Do the type of soil is prone to sediments movement and stuff? So it all together comes to give you an overview of the site. It's in a high risk area. Then you do the actual investigation to try to categorize that risk, if I would say, and maybe more like identify where is the risky area within that site. Because we do have our houses and areas and like this, we do have our building in area like this, so we do avoid typically this. We build up states, like in Florida, it's all on cars. It's like, so we do avoid the places that where it's cars. So although there's a dense area of, dense residential area sometimes on cars, it's just that you see a lake here, you see a location is empty here, stuff, that's all locations that we typically avoid in high risk karst area.
Thank you. Regarding setbacks, I'm not sure how much input you had on this. I do see it in the company's first response to request for information from siting board staff. It's mentioned 100 feet back from actual sinkholes, but I don't really know if I'm clear on what the setback will be from actual karst features. There was some mention of 40 feet, but that was on one specific feature that had been excavated by the landowner. Is there an overall general setback of any karst feature that the company intends to adhere to?
I'll answer this question to my better understanding, and I would like to elaborate more. Now, we are dealing with a lightly loaded structure. So what I mean is, by lightly loaded structure, the loads are diminished in the top soil. So if you have the more you investigate in ARI, like you do the electrical imaging for the ground surface, you're gonna see cavities here and there, down deep there, like 60 feet, 100 feet, something like that. This is the fact that we're having it everywhere. I'm pretty sure it's even beneath us in here. Some places here and there, this is how's the limestone, how's the dolomite, bedrock is evolving when then along all these centuries. So we say setback for an existing sinkhole. So when you have a sinkhole in the site, that's a red flag. So we don't want to deal with that. So let's put a setback for 100 feet. So if the karst feature is close to surface, we identify might turn to a sinkhole. If we involve in that area, then we have to avoid that location. But that has to be studied further to make sure that is it close to surface? Is it really away from our influence zone? Because we're not going to touch anything or impact anything in the geology down there. So we're trying our best to accommodate our structure with the actual subsoil condition in the area.
Thank you. I would just mention, to help out a little bit, that generally, I think we've at least required a 25-foot setback from karst features. That could be a depression in a field, for instance. But a known karst feature, we've required setbacks in accordance with the Division of Water, and those have generally been at least 25 feet. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Montgomery?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner? Can you redirect counsel?
Just briefly. There was some testimony you gave about different types of piles or grounding. Here were the piles that were selected done in consideration of trying to minimize impacts on any karst features?
Yes.
And do you believe, you mentioned you had awareness of the idea of ground screws. Do you believe that the design that's selected here is superior to the use of ground screws for this site?
Can you repeat this question? Sorry.
Sure. The piles that are planned for this project, are they superior to the use of ground screwed piles?
For the site, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You may be excused. Let me just ask at this time, because this is how it usually goes. Do you have an interest in calling additional witnesses? Like, for specific questions that may have been deferred that you think that they can provide
Well, the ones,
answers?
Mr. Coleman, there were some things deferred
Right.
to him and also to Mr. Zor, so
Okay,
it
we'll
looks
keep
that
going.
way, but
That's fine.
we don't want to obviously belabor things if the questions have been answered.
If if there are no questions, we're going pretty quickly through, so that'd be fine. If you'd
Okay.
like to call your next witness.
Okay, very good. At this point, we would call Lee Zor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Lee Zor, 125 Trade Street, Lexington, Kentucky.
Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Zor, who is your employer?
Geotechnology LLC.
Okay, and what do you do for that company?
I'm a principal geotechnical engineer.
As a principal geotechnical engineer, what types of work do you perform?
Primarily subsoil investigations, explorations for all kinds of infrastructure, vertical structures across the state of Kentucky.
So you are based here and you regularly work with your team in Kentucky,
Yes, for 20 plus years.
including in Hart County?
I've never done a job specifically in Hart County. It's the first time here.
Are you familiar with the specific geotechnical types of features that occur across Kentucky?
I am. I've worked in E-Town and Hopkinsville and some of the worst karst areas of the state, and as well as Lexington and Russellville. So yeah, I've worked in some high karst zones.
Have you had an opportunity to consider the application and the data request responses and the consultant's report in this case?
I have.
Okay. And have you formed opinions about the potential impacts of the project on karst features both on and off the project site?
I have.
Okay. And is it generally your opinion that as proposed, the project will not have adverse impacts to karst features off-site, including the local cave system?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay. And would you, at least just so we can hone in what the areas of questioning might be, give the basis for that opinion?
My 20-plus years of working in some rather large projects that involved worse karst features than we have here, bridge projects in western Kentucky over the Tennessee and Ohio rivers, plus, again, just my general knowledge of dealing with sinkholes and karst features over my career.
I would tender the witness.
Thank you. I guess kind of an overview to kind of add what was already discussed about the karst features of the site. Do you have any specific recommendations that you've made for setbacks for any of the karst features or any types of the foundations that should be used for any of the project components?
I was not involved in any of the preparation for the application or anything like that, but from a review and looking at what they've got, especially regarding the question about setbacks, I think that is a reasonable setback number, conservative in fact. So I think that's quite reasonable.
Okay. And I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Deputy Secretary?
No questions for me, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Montgomery?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. So, it's funny, if you weren't from here, when you talk about other areas of Kentucky and worse karst features, I find it interesting that it's not like, I don't know, I just find it interesting that if you were from somewhere else and you heard yourself describe the other places, you would assume that they're geographically close to each other. That's just certain, that's not the case at all, right? I mean, Hopkinsville and Russellville are close-ish, but Hopkinsville and Lexington are not, right? They're a 4-hour-ish drive from each other.
That's correct.
Princeton to Hart County is not necessarily close, but they both have infamous or famous cave areas. So, I don't know what part of Kentucky one of these facilities could be located in which karst is not even a consideration. I guess the little county I grew up in maybe, but we've had these projects in Meade, Breckenridge, Henderson, Webster. Caldwell has karst issues that have come up. Russellville, all the way up until here we've got Hart County. We had one down in Russell County that karst conversations were up. Are karst issues, I say issues broadly, are they generally mitigated in the same way regardless of where you go? Like, is there a material difference between a sinkhole from Karst in Hopkinsville or Christian County, Caldwell County versus Hart County, for instance? Is there going to be a significant difference in the impact that the Karst issue has on the production or use of the land?
Yeah, no, those are two separate questions. So the way we would potentially mitigate a karst feature can vary significantly from western to, say, central Kentucky, where our karst tends to be shallower. The karst features, the bedrock tends to be much deeper the farther you go into the western part of the state. But as far as the second part of your question, the severity of the features, it also very much depends on the type of soil cover you have over the karst. As you get farther out into the west, we have a sandier soil, which the risk of failure becomes more acute, and the types of failure tend to be much different. Here, where we have a clay cover and a relatively shallow bedrock surface, our failures are not as acute as what you might see, say, in Florida, where it swallows up houses and things like that. Our failures here tend to be relatively shallow, relatively gradual. I think a lot of people have a tendency to always think about the Corvette Museum, but I think that was a very singular case where a concrete slab bridged over a failure that had been happening for years. And when it finally happened, it happened all at once. That's not the kind of failure that we're going to see on a site like this, at least on a structural sense.
So explain then what the failure you would see then is.
You would see, similar to what you've got here, you would start seeing the ground surface subside. Could take anywhere from weeks to years over time. You would start to see scarping, which would be the fracturing of the soil layer up top, and then a subsidence towards the center of one of these sinks. Most of the features that you're seeing right now, we call them sinkholes, but most of them are already collapses. They're called cover collapse. They're old caverns or old cover where the cave roof has already collapsed. So what you're seeing is the remnant from these older collapses. And then future sinkholes, as they would start to collapse, the ground surface starts to bridge over those. And it usually occurs in a pretty gradual sense. As I should say, amend that, yeah, as a rule.
Okay, all right, thank you. Can you redirect?
I just want to be sure I was clear on the testimony with regard to setbacks. So you said it would be reasonable to have some setbacks from the larger karst features located on a site, correct?
Correct.
And then when we talk about karst features, that might include an imperceptible depression in the course of the project area. You didn't testify that there would be setbacks required from that from a constructability standpoint, correct?
Because
Okay.
we have nowhere, unless you've done further studies to figure out what that is. And then, that would potentially require future study.
But there's no reason that you know of right now for there to be setbacks from any smaller, very minor karst features that would be
Agreed.
included in the project,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I agree.
Just clarifying. No further questions.
Any other questions, Deputy Secretary?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Summer?
Yeah,
One
this-
more or two more? I've got two, never mind, I see them now.
We have two.
Okay, please call your next witness.
Next would be Cameron Coleman, please, who is available remotely.
Mr. Coleman, please turn on your microphone and camera. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Cameron Coleman. My address is business address. Hang on a sec. Different screen. Apologies. I had this all queued up and then I got disconnected. Business address is 6688 North Central Expressway, Suite 500, Dallas, Texas, 75206.
Summer?
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, is your employer Leeward Renewable Energy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What is your title?
Senior Project Manager.
What do you do as a senior project manager for LRE?
I manage EPC contractors, oversee site safety, quality management, the budget for the construction site, and the overall success of the project. I'm a resource for late-stage development for projects such as this. And I'm also on the Land Stewardship Committee, which helps Leeward set process and procedures for caring for the land during and after the construction process.
Have you had an opportunity to review the application, the data request responses, and the consultant's report relative to this project?
Yes, I have.
And have you been able to listen as some of the questions that we had this morning were deferred to you for your expertise?
Yes, yes, I was.
Okay. At this point, I'll tender the witness.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, I believe the first question that was deferred to you was, could you kind of do a little bit more refined construction schedule than just 6 to 12 months? Like, do you know about how long that would actually take?
So it's difficult to determine the length of time the construction will take. A typical construction process or project of this size will take approximately 8 months. The issue with projecting out from today, the construction start in 2 months, there's a number of permits that may affect that length of construction. And some of those permitting requirements are not known at this time, including other factors such as weather, current weather, and dealing with that and getting the start of the production for the site. So it's a crucial question. I understand wanting to know, but it's also very difficult this far out to pin down an exact schedule of what it would take. I will say this, in terms of a construction schedule, it's our desire to be on site as few days as possible. We work to maintain all the regulations and abide by all the permits, but have that construction time be as short as possible.
Okay. And I think the other question that I had for you was, could you have any more insight into what process will be taken during construction to ensure the soil quality can be maintained for after the operations of the project cease?
Yes. During construction, we follow the SWIP program that is established by engineers and through permitting and all of the requirements that flow through from the various entities and or the requirements that we have. So the SWIP gives us our guideline on how to treat the site both during construction and then also how to leave it at the end of our construction. In terms of post-construction, that is a operations and maintenance. The program that is set in place for this specific project will reflect the needs for this project. In other words, the conditions, the growth cycles, how to maintain the project will come from operations and maintenance.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Deputy Secretary?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Montgomery?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
I have none either. Would you like to provide any redirect, counsel?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. You may be excused.
Thank you very much.
Call your next witness.
Yes, thank you. We would like to call Kevin Edelman, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sorry. Kevin Edelman. Apologies, I'm losing my voice.
Okay.
Get a sip of water. My address is 200 South Wacker, Suite 1675, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Thank you. Mr. Edelman, who is your employer?
Leeward Renewable Energy,
What is your title?
Senior Director of Development for Solar.
What do you do as Senior Director of Development for Solar?
I oversee the development of all of our projects across the Midwest, including in Kentucky.
Did you have an opportunity to review the application, the data request responses, the consultant's report in this case?
While I'm not the day-to-day developer on the project, I have had the opportunity to review the documents.
And so we just have a couple of questions for you that are follow-ups to things that were talked about earlier today for clarification purposes. There was a question earlier as to whether the owner of the leases will transfer them to the project entity for purposes of ensuring that the entity with the leases and the entity actually doing the construction and owning the project are the same. Does that occur?
That's correct. The leases will be transferred to Thoroughbred LLC, excuse me, Thoroughbred Solar LLC.
When?
Prior to construction, and generally it's required prior to entering your interconnection agreement as well.
So you mean signing the ISA? Well,
Right.
I'll let you finish your direct. Or your direct, excuse me.
And the only other question I had for you, actually, which is a different topic, but has there been a recommendation at this point in time that in order to comply with decommissioning requirements that there needs to be post-decommissioning soil sampling and soil testing?
There's not, due to the decompaction nature of the vegetation, the lighter equipment used on site, and the limited grading.
I have no further questions.
No, I don't have any.
Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have any questions for this witness?
I feel like there should be for Mr. Edelman, but I'm not sure what they are regarding the project layout. We've covered a lot of ground in terms of foundations for the substation in relation to the geotech that's been done. I had, Mr. Edelman, I had marked down about pre-drilled holes, 4 inches should be drilled prior to final design of foundations. Is that anything you can speak to? I'm kind of asking a question that I really don't know what I'm asking, but I sense that there was some concern from the geotech on the substation foundation.
I would have to defer back to the geotechnical experts on the specifics with regards to the substation location. But I do know that it was designed with intention, the location.
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. I think it was adequately addressed in response to requests for information. Particularly on the second RFI, item 6, I would note that. I don't think if anybody else touched upon it, I have any further concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Montgomery?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, the applicant, take a big step back. So, proposing to connect to EKPC's system, right?
Correct.
Puts it in PJM. PJM has a number of studies that have to be completed and agreed to. You have to commit to certain things, and then you ultimately sign either a form or an amended, one-off ISA. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And how far through the studies at PJM is this project? It just got back the clean affected system studies, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so there will be an additional study done prior to the signing of the ISA, is that right?
So the project is in what's called the facility study, which is in the final phase, and PJM is in the process of completing those studies. In fact, it's our understanding that it has been completed, but has not been released due to the PJM retool process.
Yeah, so congratulations. I think you're the only person in the state of Kentucky, only entity in the state of Kentucky who has who's even close to signing an ISA. But when you said earlier that it's a requirement prior to entering into the ISA, are you saying that you mean you have to have land control in order to sign an ISA? Is that right?
That's correct. The project has to have site control, and we sign so when we submit our interconnection applications, they're submitted under Leeward Renewable Energy Development, which is the same owner as or is the same entity that signs our lease agreements. But the ISA is signed under the project company. It theoretically could be signed under LRED, or Leeward Renewable Energy Development, and then would be assigned to the project company. So I guess to clarify, at either the time of signing the ISA or at the assignment from LRED to Thoroughbred Solar is when we would have to sign the site control as well.
And that's what I want to be clear. When you responded earlier, I wanted to make sure that I have an appreciation that Thoroughbred Solar is not in the PJMQ. Is that accurate?
The project is submitted under LRED, Leeward Renewable Energy Development.
Right. I mean, you said
Correct.
project. But that's not a project, right? That's a project profile, but there is no project. There's a project profile, and here there's an LLC with leases seeking a construction certificate, but there's no PPA, there's no steel in the ground, there's no financing. Two separate entities looking to get two separate rights right now, right? Leeward is looking to get finalize its place in the queue and get an ISA and interconnection rights, and Thoroughbred Solar is looking to get a construction certificate, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're saying at some point, either the construction certificate's gonna go to Leeward Energy, or what it sounds like most likely is that basically Leeward is going to give the leases, because you're just gonna have a construction certificate over here in Thoroughbred, give the leases to Thoroughbred and the place in line under the ISA to Thoroughbred as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I have an appreciation for what your response to council was earlier. What you're basically saying is, not that you're under a legal obligation, I say you, not that Thoroughbred Solar is under a legal that Leeward Energy is under a legal obligation to turn over or to assign these leases to Thoroughbred Solar. It's that if the project's going to be built, the same entity has to have the leases, the construction certificate, and the place in line with a signed ISA with the RTO. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. So is there a written formal commitment of who that entity is going to be? I mean, I get what you said, your expectation is that's going to be the one that has the construction certificate, but is there an agreement that the leases and the place in the queue are going to be given or transferred or assigned to Thoroughbred Solar? Is that written somewhere?
It's not written anywhere. There's no separate agreement that those projects are dedicated to Thoroughbred, but the point of interconnection is fixed once you enter these applications, so it wouldn't be viable to transfer it to a different project. It would have to go through a whole new study process. But I understand your point. The answer is no, there's not a written commitment to transfer the LRED assets to the Thoroughbred assets. It's just standard practice.
Yeah. Well, I guess, but they're not connected yet. So you, even if you had to go back in the queue, right back towards the queue, there's nothing that says you can't assign these, that the leases can't go to someone else at a different project profile and another person start through the queue again. I'm trying to have an appreciation, I'll withdraw the question, but I'm trying to have an appreciation for who it is we're giving a construction certificate to, and making sure that there's not a disconnect between us making a finding in this project that there is no impact on the grid, no impact on, utility-owned transmission facilities, whatever the different criteria are under the statute, that we're out here, we've got a applicant seeking a certificate that itself doesn't have site control, and that itself is not the applicant that just received a clean affected system study. So what commitment is there for the entity that, I guess we're, the six of us are trying to figure out whether to give a construction certificate to an entity that's not in the PJMQ and that does not have the site control for the place that's it's seeking, and then nothing written down, it sounds like, no legal agreement that is going to be the case. So what is there that exists that's documentary? Can you give us to I guess try to make me comfortable with the idea that there's a massive disconnect between these different moving parts.
But I guess I understand the concern that theoretically the leases could be transferred to somebody else and re-enter the process, which would be a multi-year process. No one would be able to advance through the construction schedules or timelines in the pace that we are with the site control and interconnection application that are on file.
We are. By we are, you mean Leeward Energy.
Correct.
Right. Okay. You don't know what your upgrades are going to cost, right? You'll find that out in the facility study.
They are identified in the system impact study. Theoretically, there could be changes.
They're subject to change pursuant to
Correct.
the facility study, right?
But I believe, if you give me a second, I can flip to it, but I believe they're fairly minimal to the point where as we looked at the surrounding electrical system, we wouldn't anticipate further changes or significant changes entering the facility study. But if you give me a second, I can flip to
That's
it.
fine, and while you're finding that, I would just ask the question, but that's all dependent on the folks in front of you in the queue going through and making their upgrades that is expected that they'll pay for, right? That's the issue with the queue process of having the groups, is that the expectation is that if the upgrades that the group ahead of you are made, then this is what the topography of the system will look like. That's what's being studied in the facilities, or that's what's finalized in the facility study, right?
Correct. Theoretically, if there are upgrades that are required prior to our project, then we would be relying on those. Yeah, I'm just looking at the network
That's fine,
upgrades
take your
right
time.
now, so if there are any follow-up questions to that, I mean, the network
Do you-
upgrades are.
Do you know approximately what the amounts are? I mean,
Yep,
if
I'm
they're
look-
nominal? Okay.
Yeah, so it's $6 million total, with $1.5 million of that being what they call network upgrades, as opposed to $4.8 million being the direct connection facilities,
The
in
local
terms of like the
cost.
substation and stuff like that.
Right.
So it's relatively low cost.
And relative to the overall construction cost, what does that look like? What's a 50 megawatt project?
Yeah, $50, $60 million. I could pull up the exact number that we have in here, but roughly in the range of, $50 to $60 million.
$6 million for interconnection cost does not sink a $50 or $60 million project. Is that your experience?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. What's the concern of assigning those leases to Thoroughbred Solar now? I mean, this is not the first time we've had this. I know at least in one other case, these kind of questions came up at the hearing, and I'm pretty sure prior to the approval, or prior to the final order, the applicants went ahead and assigned those, I know the attorney that was in the room, but I don't know which one of their projects it was, went ahead and assigned them to the applicant. What's the harm in doing so now? Why wouldn't Leeward go ahead and assign them now that this project is up for a construction certificate?
So I would need to, follow up with legal counsel to validate that there is no concern, but in my understanding, there isn't any. So if that is the question, there is no concern with transferring the agreements right now. They just haven't been done to date.
And then the place in the queue, just there's not you just have a spot in line. You don't even have any inherent rights, right? So there's really nothing to transfer. It would just be replacing the name of the applicant. Is that right?
Correct. There's a process to do so, but correct.
But is there consideration that is exchanged in that process? Like, let me just ask. It's a subsidiary. I think we heard earlier that Thoroughbred Solar is a subsidiary of Leeward Energy.
Leeward Renewable Energy Development.
Thank you. That's who's in the queue? Is that right?
That's correct.
Is there consideration when that happens in your other projects, Leeward Energy's other projects, is there consideration exchanged for that place in the queue?
In terms of financial consideration from Thoroughbred to LRED?
Or whoever the ultimate owner of the facility is going to be?
I can't say for sure. If any, it would be nominal because it's an intercompany transfer.
Well, I guess that's what I'm making sure of. Is it actually just an intercompany transfer, or is it like a way to take a little money off the top and move it around? That's what I'm trying to find out.
The question is, are we transferring the project entity to create value.
Is there any value or compensation exchange for giving them that place in the queue and having them be the entity with the finalized ISA?
No, I don't believe so. It's all part of the same Leeward company. There's no transfer of funds for financial gain.
No, he answered it, thanks.
Thank you. Council, do you have any redirect?
I do not, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Shealy, do you have any, would you like to recall any witnesses? Do you have anything else today?
That was not our plan unless the board would like to hear from anyone else.
I don't think so. Nobody's jumping up and down that they want to ask any more questions?
I remember, just perhaps this last witness, we realized that the economic analysis expert, and I'm totally blanking on his name right at this moment, was not included. So staff would just ask that any questions that we had or that witness, if we could add those to the posting matter.
Yeah, we will. And we'll just be ready that if we need to ask multiple rounds, then we'll accommodate that in the post-hearing schedule. So council, you all, yeah, you may be excused, by the way. You all have a right to a post-hearing brief if you would like, at least as the record stands, pursuant to the timing provided by the regulation. I think it's maybe 7 or 14 days, I forget. I don't want to, what I say doesn't matter, it's whatever the regulation says. We will have a number of post-hearing data requests. Council, when can we get those issued?
I had said Friday originally, but I don't know if we might want to push that till next Tuesday, since we don't have a huge time crunch, so we could get any of the economic impact
I
questions.
think the statutory date, since we had a hearing, is April 10th, is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
So if we issue the data requests on the 28th, how much time would you need to respond to those?
The following, it depends, I guess, the extent, but the following Monday, or 7 days, when was Monday?
I'll give you till the 10th. How about that?
Okay.
March 10th.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, we will issue those by the beginning of next week, or Tuesday next week, to issue on the today's the 21st, the 28th, to be responded to by the 10th. And is there anything else that we need to take?
I don't believe so.
Anything else, Council?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Shealy, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.